Hey, everybody. Oh, shoot. Sorry, we're going to two. There we go. Bam. We got the right one. How's it going, everybody? I am so happy to have all of you lovely faces in chat right now. This is fantastic. Welcome. We got a couple new people in here. We got Slim Tony. We got Villain Prep Chef. Happy to have you guys. We've got some new folks and some old tried and true. Thank you, everybody in the chat that have been supporting me in this podcast for all this time. It's so fantastic to have everybody here. For those of you that are new, this is the Inspired by Mystery podcast here on Twitch. And my name is Sami Soros. I am the host of the show and the creator of the show. And we have two different days that we stream each week, and we do something a little different each day. On Mondays, we do Weird News of the Week, and my wonderful husband and mod Dusty Ruckus is my co-host, and we just talk about weird news and go off on some crazy tangents. It's weird, so that's super fun. And Wednesdays, we do interviews with all different types of people. We have so many different types of people that we interview in here, and it has just been so awesome and so informative. So 7:30 Pacific Standard Time is the time that we start on Mondays and Wednesdays. So for the new folks, thank you so much for coming in. I would love if you follow the page, and that way you can stay up to date next time that we stream. Any other times, it'll kind of let you know that we're coming on to do a stream. And if anybody feels so inclined and you'd love to help support my endeavors and what I'm doing, subscribing to the channel is absolutely fantastic. It's totally free to be here, but if you guys would like, I would very much appreciate a subscription. So stick around, and if you like the show, then just consider subscribing on, at the end. But right now, I would like to introduce a fantastic, very interesting human, Lilith Gray, who is a mortician. She is a funeral director, and she is training right now to be an embalmer. And she has been in the industry for a very long time. So we have so many interesting things that we are going to be talking about today. Let's welcome Lilith.
Hi, thank you. I'm glad
Hi,
to be here.
sweetheart. I am so glad that you are here. Oh man,
Me,
this is going to be so much fun. Are you ready for this shit? Are you ready?
I'm ready.
Good.
As ready as
Awesome.
I can be.
What's that, love?
I said as ready as I can be.
Good. Awesome. So, I would like to start off with you telling people a little bit about yourself right now. Tell us how you started in this industry. I do know earlier you had told me that you grew up in a funeral home, which is very similar to 6 Feet Under, which is my favorite show ever. So it sounds like from a child that you were already kind of roped into this lifestyle. So tell me a little bit about how you got intrigued to do what you do and how you grew up.
Okay, well, I am 38 years old and I'm from a small city in Florence, South Carolina. So we really don't have much to do here anyway. But yeah, I literally grew up around funeral homes. My grandfather owned a funeral home in the town limits. I grew up like, playing when everybody else is outside playing in the woods and shit. Like, I'm upstairs in the funeral home playing in caskets and in the rooms and on the elevator shafts, and
Oh, wow.
I was always the weird kid.
I would have
And I
been
lived
hanging out
in,
and playing with you. I totally would have been with you running around the funeral home too, man, for sure.
yes, and I actually lived in the funeral home upstairs for about 3.5 years.
Oh,
So
wow.
that
How
was
old were you
nice.
during that time?
I was 12, 13, and 14.
Okay. Wow.
So
So,
yeah.
that being said, being young and being around all of this stuff, in any way, was it spooky to you when you were a child, or was it just so normalized
Um,
that it seems like it was just like the way it is?
it was both because I had a twin brother. He's dead now, but I had a
Oh
twin
shit.
brother that would scare the hell out of me. He would tell me that the corpses were moving, and I'm a horror. fanatic. So watching Tales from the Crypt when I was little, all the Stephen King movies and Tales from the Dark Side, you look at corpses on TV and, they come back to life and they're scary. My granddad always told me not to be a weenie and don't be scared of them. They're just like they are when they're alive. They're just
Okay.
dead. The soul is gone.
But your
So
brother
it
tried to scare
was
the shit out of you? That sucks. That
always.
sucks. Oh man, that's so mean. Oh, that is so mean. Okay, so I can understand. So maybe you weren't necessarily set to be scared because it was normalized, but then your brother kind of put this fear into you that you didn't really have before. Is that kind of what
Yes.
happened?
And I mean, we have sickos in our family too, like, aunts and uncles that would, just scare us. One of my uncles hid in an old casket, and when we walked by, he literally jumped out of it and scared
Oh
me half
my
to
God.
death.
So your whole family is just some like dark
Yeah.
humor jokesters,
Oh
essentially.
my God. We're morbid. We are so morbid.
Oh man. So okay, so your grandfather owned the funeral home. What about
Mhm.
your parents? Did your parents work in the industry as well?
No, actually, it is my dad's side of the family that owned the funeral home. My dad, he did never, he never liked to mess with it. My dad remodels houses and buildings. My mom hated going near the funeral home, but it was so
Really?
weird because she was always into witchy shit and paranormal shit, but she hated being around the funeral home because she said she hated the smell. So it
Okay,
wasn't that she
that's
was
fair.
scared; she just didn't like the smell of it. So
Okay. That's a fair thing to not be really into, I guess, but she
yeah,
wasn't scared. So it sounds like neither of your parents made it seem like it was a scary or taboo kind of thing.
yeah, they didn't.
Okay. Well, that's good. I mean, I feel like as far as a lot of children go, children are scared of the dark and scared of bumps in the night, and parents don't let their
Hmm.
kids watch horror movies and all of that kind of stuff. And I feel like that is something that is just kind of this like instilled fear, but it's like a protective thing. People are trying to protect their children, so they keep them
Hmm.
from that stuff, which makes kids more scared. I feel like
It really,
because they're
it
like,
does.
okay, why can't we talk about it? And like, what is so scary about it that you have to hide it? But with you, it sounds like it was just like right out there, where it's like, your grandfather's like, I take care of dead people, and
Yeah.
I'm sure that you started to see the world in a little bit of a different way when you realize that you're young, but you are being faced with death and understanding that people die all the time. So that must have been kind of crazy as a young person to have this understanding of death at such a young age. Like, how do you feel like that affected you as a young
Um,
person?
Me and my brother, we got picked on at school because, other kids didn't really understand, the whole death thing and funeral home. Oh, they're like the Adams family. They always called me Morticia Adams. Always.
Well,
Uh,
did you just kind of embrace it and go with it at that point?
yes,
You're like, yeah, I'm goth as fuck, and Morticia it is. Fine.
absolutely. I
Cool.
brought a wig in my book bag. It was like this ugly, nasty, just matted up wig. And I told them that I shaved it off of a corpse and I would scare them. I'd like try to put it on kids. I was so bad.
Oh my goodness, that is so hilarious that you so you just rolled with it. You're like, "All right, I'm a weirdo. Here
Mhm.
we fucking go. We're just going to make it as weird as possible." That's cool. I really feel like we would have been friends back in that day. We really would have because I would have
Yes.
appreciated your sense of humor and your attraction to the darkness as well because I've always been very
Hmm.
interested in this kind of stuff.
Oh
So,
yeah.
so is this what was the inspiration for you going into working in the death care industry as your career? Did it just feel like it was the natural
Um,
thing that you were meant to do?
Actually, I didn't want to do it at first. Um, I wasn't sure exactly what I wanted to do. I wanted to kind of go into like drug counseling, help kids who are like teenagers, young adults that get hooked on dope and, trying to get them clean. Because I'm
That
a
is really
recovering addict.
cool.
Yeah, I'm a
Really
recovering addict. I got hooked at a very young age. But
sucks.
I ended up getting pregnant at 17.
Whoa.
So I left high school. I was about to graduate. I left there and went to the mom's program, and they offered cosmetology, and it was free. And I was like, well, if I take cosmetology, my mom kind of talked me into it too. She said, if you take cosmetology, you can just work at the funeral home till after you have the baby, and you can do hair and makeup. Because I would help anyway. I was already kind of helping at the funeral home. So I did that. I went to Chris Logan, got my cosmetology license, and there you go. That's how that happened. I got
Wow.
pregnant.
So interesting cosmetology because that transfers over to mortician work. So you
Mm-hmm.
learned how to do makeup and hair, and you were
Yep.
thinking you were going to do it for living people at the time. But
Yeah.
little did you know you were going to end up doing hair and makeup for the dead. And honestly, I
Mm-hmm.
think that's a really important and very special job because people
Yes.
want to see their loved ones as they remember it and they want to see them looking it's kind of morbid, but they want to see them looking as close to alive as they were when they last saw them. So you being the
Yes.
final person to give them their hair and makeup and presenting them to the family, I feel like is a really important job. It's very
Yes.
special and sacred.
That's how I look at it. I give that person their very last makeover. I'm the last person that touches them and gets them ready. Like I look at that as, a very special thing. And it's a science. Like if you don't have somebody properly done, like a family will flip the hell out on you. Like sometimes you gotta have it looking perfect, or they'll get mad because they're grieving and they get crazy.
Yeah, tensions are high for sure, and they
Woo.
just want everything perfect in order to honor their loved one that have been lost. So, yeah, that's got to be really hard having people be in such a sensitive state.
Oh my
And
God.
you know that it all falls on you to make sure that you are doing your absolute best to honor them and to make the family feel as comforted as possible.
Mhm.
That's a lot of pressure. That's a
It
lot
is
of
a
pressure.
lot, especially like if I'll give you like an example. This old lady died, and she had this big wart on her, like on her chin, and it had a long black curly hair on it. My cousin Stephanie decided to pluck it before we did her hair and makeup. That family showed their ass. They were slamming their hand down on the table. Why did you do that? She's had that for 87 years. Like, they got mad over
Shit.
a fucking hair. I was
Oh
like, I
my
can glue
God.
that bitch back on. Like,
Oh my God. That's a really
oh,
bizarre thing to
oh
get
my
bent out of shape. And
God.
nobody mentioned it. Like, you think somebody would have mentioned it if it was that important to them to
Yeah,
be like, hey,
don't
just so
touch.
you know, I know you're going to be doing grandma's makeup or whatever, but this is something that was like part of her personality. Leave it the fuck alone. And you're just trying to do
Right?
your best and be like, oh, big ass hair, you got to go. And they were pissed. That sucks, dude.
No, I thought I was helping Granny
Ouch.
Mae. I didn't know I was hurting it.
Oh, that sucks. But, hopefully you diffused the situation and explained to them that you were just trying to do your best and make her look as good as possible.
Yes, I
That is
did.
rough. Okay, so you went to cosmetology school thinking you were going to
Hmm.
be doing the living. So
Yeah.
what changed? What was the moment when
Um,
you decided like you know what? This is what I'm meant to do or just maybe not meant to do but choosing to do.
I was pretty sure when I got it that I would be working at the funeral home because I was like, okay, who's gonna hire a 17-year-old pregnant girl that I looked like a baby, like I had a baby face. I looked like a 12-year-old pregnant girl walking around. But I pretty
Shit.
much knew because I had a job lined up already at funeral home. And what I would actually do is I made business cards, and it was called Cuts Plus. And what they would do is they would come to the funeral home, and I would do their hair in a room that we had set up on the side. It was like the little kitchen area where we would park the hearses. And believe it or not, a lot of people were cool with that. And they'd pay $10 for a haircut, and they would come in the funeral home and get their hair cut and or washed and permed and colored. And so I was doing both in the funeral home.
Wow, that's really cool. That's awesome.
And yeah,
As a young person, there's not a lot of options, like you said, especially being pregnant and all of that. I'm really
yeah.
glad that people were coming in and supporting you. That's so
Hmm.
nice.
And I could take my baby to work with me because I mean my cousin Daniel was literally living upstairs at the time because there was a whole upstairs apartment in the funeral home. So, I could bring Dylan with me and everything was okay. I had babysitters.
That's
Everything was good.
great. So it just seemed like it made the most sense for you at that point to just stay and work there, knowing that you could have steady income and knowing that you had job security and it
Yeah.
was something that you already knew about and were comfortable with. So it was just pretty much a natural thing of you just deciding
Hmm.
that that's what you were doing. And then you got
Yeah.
hooked.
Yes, I did.
So,
I
how
did.
long was it until you actually went through getting your like funeral director's license and getting like actually certified to do all of this stuff?
I did cosmetology for about 5.5 years. And then my cousin was like, because I was pretty, I hate to say this, but I didn't like do a lot of hands on because you do have to be certified to do a lot of that. But, I was his assistant and I would help do some things there. He's like, so you need to go ahead and get certified so you can do it by yourself. And it helped a
Absolutely.
lot that I shadowed, behind him and he helped me. So I was about 26 when I actually became, a funeral director.
Okay. Okay. Well, that's still pretty young, honestly, to
Yeah,
become a funeral director. I'm sure a lot of people they don't do that as young as that. But you did
yeah,
wait quite a time, so at least you were helping out. I know it was probably maybe a little bit against the rules, but considering it was your
yeah.
family's place, like they trusted you with it, and they knew that you were being respectful and following all the training that you were
Hmm.
given, so they didn't just kind of throw you in there.
And we
So
did tell the family too. We did let the family know, hey, I'm not certified, but I'm in school to be certified. Can
okay,
I do, this, this, and this? And they were cool with it.
that is really good. That's nice that you let everybody know. That's
Yeah.
super cool. So wow, yeah, that's pretty young to be getting into that. So you started off doing hair and makeup,
Hmm.
and once you got certified, what was the next step for you? Where did you go from there?
What I would do is my cousin is the main embalmer. I would do everything like prepare the body. Like I was already doing, it's pretty much the same thing, that I was doing before with hair and makeup. Because I was already doing it. Because you have to go through steps. First, you wash the body with a good germicide soap, and you gotta wash it from head to toe. And my God, if it's like a decomp situation, oh my, like a a mortician's biggest fear is maggots.
Yeah, I can understand that. That sounds horrid.
So we have to like plug every hole. Literally, we have plugs where we have to plug every hole in the body. So, because formaldehyde and stuff doesn't always kill maggots, they can still live in that. And we don't want maggots coming out of holes while, Granny Faye is being viewed by the family.
No, you do not want that. True story. Ooh. Okay. So was it mainly preventing maggots from propagating while in the funeral home, or was it when you got decomp bodies that already
Um,
had them and you had to try to like get rid of them?
well, we already like we do the plugs on the nose, and we put the caps on the eyes and everything, and sew the mouth shut. We do that anyway because that's just part of the embalming process. Fluids leak out or anything. We close all the holes, but not we don't close the ass or anything. Anyway, and then the body gets embalmed, and then you have to wash the body again after the embalming process. But before it gets embalmed, you have to like give the body a massage because of rigor mortis. So you have to like massage their hands, their arms, their legs, their feet. I mean, this is like a 3 to 4 hour process to embalm a
Wow.
body. Yeah,
Oh,
it's
so
yeah.
how is it like phase one? You get a body delivered
Hmm.
to you guys, and the first thing you have to do is clean the body up. How
Yeah.
is that doing that like initial, because you don't know how long they've been dead. Some people I'm sure were in their apartment for a while or whatever. You're like, how is it
Oh,
phase one getting a body and having to clean it up? Like, what does that
yeah.
entail? What is it like?
We have to suit up. Well, I suit up. Usually I do it anyway because there was a problem years ago in a nursing home with body lice, and the bodies would keep coming in, and body lice would be everywhere. So I don't care if it's a fresh one or a week old one or a bloater or a floater. Like I'm gonna suit up to take care of this body. So yeah, I put on the clothes and the gloves, and if it's a decomp situation, we have special masks that we put on to cover the smell and the fumes and stuff.
Okay, that sounds good. That's helpful that you have like ways to counteract the smell, because I feel like that would be one
Yeah.
of the hardest things to deal
Oh,
with.
yes.
It sounds
People have
really rough.
people have asked me to like explain the smell, and I'm like, oh God, I don't even know. Like it's a sweet, gross, it's a sickly, sweet, like rotten chicken smell. It's strange.
Ooh.
It
Does it stick
there's
to your
no
clothes? Do you feel like you smell
Yes.
like it afterwards? Ugh.
Oh yeah. I've come
Ugh.
home before, and my kids are like, "Oh mom, you gotta throw those away." Like sometimes I would have to, before I left the funeral home, I would have to take my clothes off, like change my clothes, put them in a bag, and take them home and wash them because like that smell does get trapped on you.
It lingers. Ooh. That's tough. So you know what? I bet you have a tough stomach having dealt with this for all this time. You probably can handle just about anything. I'm sure.
Just about it. I can deal with anything, but throw up and shit bothers the hell out of me for some reason.
You know what?
And that's
I'm with
with a
you on
live
that.
person.
Totally, dude.
Yep.
I know. I cannot puke and shit.
Nope,
I
can't
can't
do
do
it.
it. I have a really hard time with that. I'm like a sympathy puker. If somebody
Yes.
pukes next to me, I'm like, "Ugh, ugh," like it makes
Hmm.
me puke too. So I am not good at those things. But you know what? I really wonder, like, as far as like, if I was in your position doing it, I wonder if I would be all right dealing with, um, doing mortician work. I've honestly really thought about it because
I think you
I feel
could.
like I could
I just,
probably do it, but I like working with the
hmm
living. I that's my personal thing. Like I honestly, if I didn't love people and meeting new people and talking to people so much, it's something that I would consider because I think that it would be a really interesting thing to do, and it's something really like special and honoring. Like you said, it's that sacred moment
hmm
where you're the last person that gets to do something
And,
for this
and see,
person. It's a
now you would,
interesting
I
job.
think you would be good with that because you still deal with people. Like you meet families and friends of families because people come in and view the body at all hours sometimes, like, and they want to talk to you and tell you all about their life. And So I mean, you do meet new people every
As
day.
far as doing that, being like a funeral director, I feel like I would be fantastic at that, honestly,
Mhm.
because I'm so empathetic and I really care and I want to hear people. And when people are grieving, that's a time where I come to the rescue. Just in general in my life, when I see people are struggling or having a hard time, I feel like I'm a really good support for people. So I feel like I could do it well, but it would be very hard to leave that shit at the door and to not take it
Mhm.
home with you and to not feel that sadness. I mean, every day or at least once a week, twice a week. I don't even know how many funerals that you guys do a week, but seeing so many sad people all the time, how do you disconnect? How do you disconnect that and not let it stick with you?
It it's really hard. Like when I was, it seems like the older this is so crazy because it should be opposite. The older I get, the more it bothers me. You would think I would
Interesting.
get used to it over time,
Yeah.
but yeah, like the older I get, the more it bothers me because, and I try to distance myself and not get too attached. Like I try not to listen to their story because sometimes the family will be like, "Oh, well, she was this, and this," and start telling me, her backstory and showing me pictures, and I try to like block it out. I'll look at it and talk to them, but in my mind, I'm blocking everything out. I'm like, it's a job. It's a job. Because, like, one that really stuck with me, this woman was mental, like, she had some mental issues. And this happened some years ago. She was driving to Myrtle Beach and she drove off the cliff or off like the bridge and killed her and her daughter, her toddler.
On purpose or accident?
On purpose, on purpose. And I had to I had to prepare both of them. And I'm looking at this beautiful 2-year old child, like perfect little girl. And I'm like, how? How can you kill this kid? Like, if you're so sad, take yourself out.
Yeah.
Leave
Yeah.
the kid with your family or something. And that's the
Absolutely.
thing. She had a good family, a good family. She could have left that baby with her parents, with the baby's father. Like, it was crazy. I mean, I guess she couldn't help it. She had mental issues, but I was so mad at her while I was doing her body. I wanted to smack her.
I totally understand. That's the most selfish thing of all time.
Mhm.
And there you are having to like, give her the respect that any, person who has passed deserves, but you're like, you don't even fucking deserve this respect right now doing something so horrible and hateful.
Mhm.
That's really rough. That must be very hard. Like you said, this was years ago and it's still sticking with you. And this is something that you still think about right now is like how that
Mhm.
felt having to work on somebody like that. And then the
I think.
child too, having to work on
Mhm.
children. Oh my God, I can't even imagine how heart wrenching
Mhm.
that is to have to do children.
And what bothered me the most out of the whole situation, they buried them together. They buried the child laying with the mother. And I'm like, she doesn't deserve that shit.
Fuck
Like,
no.
I went off about, like, I had to keep walking out. And my cousin actually had to finish because I just couldn't. I was so
I
fed
don't
up.
blame you. I think I would have had a really hard time keeping that to myself.
Mm-hmm.
That's fucked up.
Yes.
Oh my goodness. Oh, so shit. That's a rough one. And they
Yes.
they went off the bridge. So were they in the water? So were they
Yes.
pulled
They
out of
both
the water?
drowned.
Oh,
At first, they thought that she had killed the kid before she drowned, but before she went off the cliff. They thought that she had like hit her in the head or poisoned her or whatever, and then put her in the car seat and then went off the bridge into the water. But they did the autopsy, and the baby drowned, so she didn't die beforehand.
that is so fucking crazy. I cannot
Hmm.
believe that. That is just
It's
too bad that people are that messed up
yeah.
and don't get the help that they need for various amounts of reasons. But that's bad. I wonder if anybody had any clue that she was even capable of doing something like that.
The
That's
dad,
rough.
the dad of the little girl said that he had just found out that his wife, or I don't think they were married. I think it was like his fiance, but just found out that his fiance had quit taking her antipsychotic, so she was off her
Damn.
meds. And I was like,
That
like,
sucks. And that's when
ugh.
I'm a supporter of medicine. Medication in general, I feel
Hmm.
like they overprescribe so much stuff. They're just shoving shit at people, and the pharmaceutical industry is so fucked up. But in situations like that, thank goodness we have science right now that can help keep people
Yes.
stable. So if anybody out there is struggling or knows someone that's struggling, stay on those meds. Stay on those meds.
Sorry
For
about the
sure.
train.
Oh
Sorry
yeah,
about
you
the
mentioned before that there's a train that might come by and be loud. There you go. Boop,
At
boop.
least it was a fast one.
Okay, good. Okay, so let's see. Let's talk about logistics here. So phase one, you wash the
Hmm.
body and you plug all the holes up.
Yes.
What's next? What do you do after phase
Um,
one is complete?
they go, the body they go ahead and get embalmed. They do the embalming process. We do the arterial because there's different types of embalming. But we do a lot of the old school, traditional. We do the arterial, and it usually takes like 3 to 4 hours depending. So yeah, but well, first thing we have to do is like check their tags. We check their records. We have to do that like 3 times, and we sign so many sheets to make sure that that is who it is supposed to be.
Okay, that's good. That's
So
super
that's
important.
yeah.
Good.
Oh yeah.
And okay, so as far as embalming, what does that process entail? What is the beginning of
Um.
that? I imagine it would just be like sucking the blood out, removing the blood.
Yeah. We do that. We do this. You just cut a little slit right at the carotid artery, and we have the tube that goes in. We do a little suture. Sew it up, and we have a pre-injection solution that prevents blood clots because when your heart stops, the blood, it's over with. So whenever the blood's trying to come out the body, it'll clot sometimes, and it
Okay.
is a damn mess. So we use that, and then we have the solution, the embalming solution. We use the red tinted because it like gives because when you get all the blood out of the body, it is gray, like a grayish bluish white.
Really?
Yes, it is
Is it because it's not
complete.
oxygenated anymore? So the all
Yeah,
the
because there's no,
wow.
all the blood's gone, all the color in the body's gone. So yeah, there's no oxygen. So we use it has like a reddish pinkish tint to it, and that way it gives the body that pretty like rosy color again.
Okay, that is so interesting. I did not know that, and that makes a lot of sense why you would use a tint. So,
Mm-hmm.
so you put the solution in, and do you? Okay, this might be a silly question. Well, I guess it's not silly because who knows? But do you suck all of the blood out first before you're
Yeah.
putting the? Okay, so they're basically like a prune. Like, did they kind of like shrink
Mm-hmm.
up with all the blood out?
A little bit. It's really, you would think like if you suck all the blood out that they would just go and look like just bones, but it really doesn't. And then after you do that, now when you go to put the embalming fluid in, after everything is soaked out, you have to like massage the hands, massage the fingers, massage the toe, to make sure it's getting pumped in every part of the body and make sure there's no like clots or anything. It's very time consuming. Like now we don't have to sit there the whole time while it's being done. We can start it and walk off and go, do
Okay.
things, talk to the family, and then come back. But we do keep checking on them.
Ugh. Giving a dead
Cause,
person a massage must be weird.
yeah, because they do twitch and make noises sometimes.
Shut up. They do?
They do.
What? So, like, is it
Yep.
like freshies that twitch, or do they twitch like way
Um,
after the fact?
Yeah, most of the time it's the fresh ones that do because you have what they have like air pockets sometimes in like your vocal cords. The first time I ever heard it, I about shit myself because it's like a it's fucking crazy.
Ah! Oh, shit! No
And I was
way!
like, what the hell? I was riding in a damn hearse with my cousin and we were picking up a body and we're on the way and I heard it and I'm like, oh shit. And he was like, oh God, he must be alive. I mean, he had me thinking that. I was freaking the hell out.
Oh no! That that must be very hard to get used to. I'm not sure if that's something that anybody can actually get used to.
I'm actually used to it now. And they do fart and burp and twitch. And now they don't sit straight up like you see in movies.
Okay.
They'll sit like a little bit up. It's weird. Like if they sit up just a little, it's still weird and creepy, but they don't sit like straight up, like fly up
Okay.
like they do
Okay.
in movies.
And then what parts of them twitch the most? Is it like a finger or is it like their whole fucking
Yeah.
arm moving or what?
Sometimes it's like their eyelid will twitch a little bit, or their usually their hand or their leg near the knee is what I've seen the most.
Okay. Oh. Have you ever questioned if someone's actually dead or not? Like legitimately
Yeah.
questioned it where you're like, we gotta check vitals?
Yeah, some I still do. It's a mental thing, I guess, because the only way I can figure this out is I've always, even as a kid, walking by and seeing a body in the casket, getting ready for viewing, just walking through, because you see people breathing all the time. That's in your mind. Humans breathe. Their chest moves. They breathe. So when I'm looking, I don't know if y'all have ever done this, but like go to a funeral home and you're viewing a body, you're staring at it and it looks like their chest is moving up and down sometimes. Your like mind and your eyes are playing tricks on you because it like I've asked my cousins, my uncle, my granddad, and it happens to them too.
Wow.
But it does.
We have
It
a we
looks
have a
like they're breathing.
question.
Okay.
Nuck and Futz in the chat was wondering if you've seen anybody cross their arms over their chest, and he can't remember the term for what that is.
We actually we used to do that. We asked the families how they prefer that we put the hands. Normally, we just fold the hands together and put them at their like right under their breastbone. We'll put it there. But some people won't their arms crossed over their chest. I call it the Dracula because
Yeah,
that's
totally. Like,
um but yeah, like
that's so
we do
interesting.
still do that. We do still do that.
Wow.
But not
Okay.
often. It's
But
every
you
once
haven't
in a
had
while.
anybody like twitch to where their arms go up in that position.
Sometimes with the rigor mortis, because when they get stiff, it does calm down after so many hours, and then it'll like go back and forth. But yeah, I have had it. Sometimes it is stuck up, and this is kind of gross, but you have to pop it out of place to get it to lay down. So you do pop bones sometimes, and it is loud.
You have to pop their
Mhm.
bones.
Sometimes I have had to pop their arm out of socket to get it to position right.
Wow.
And it is loud.
Oh man, that's so messed up. That must be crazy to have to do that. Jesus.
I've only had to do it twice.
Okay, well, you've been doing this a long time, so that's low odds. That's good. I love Chid in the chat. He says this is like watching a slow motion car wreck, but I can't look away. It's so intriguing.
I love it. I love
No, it's
it.
great. I'm loving this. I'm loving it. Okay, so
That
as
is
far as the
such a
embalming
good way to
goes,
put it.
you're sucking the blood out
Mm-hmm.
and you're replacing it with this solution.
Yes.
So, how do you know when it's like filled up? Is it kind of like you're filling up an air mattress and you just like
Um,
poke it and you're like, okay, it's full enough? Like, how do you know?
We have like this, it's like a big glass container, like a machine, and it has, like, we measure it.
Okay.
I'd pour 2.5 bottles in, and like, I know exactly. You kind of look at them because people are different sizes. Now, for infants, a lot of times we don't embalm them. Like if a woman's pregnant and has a miscarriage, and they have to bury the baby because in South Carolina, the law is if a baby is born with a heartbeat, even if it's a half of a heartbeat, they have to be buried,
Does the
or they
state
have
pay for
to.
that shit?
No,
Those
they don't.
motherfuckers.
Exactly.
That's
Like they have to
that's
have a certain.
crazy.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that should be up to the parent for Christ's sake. They shouldn't force them to have to like go spend thousands of dollars on a cemetery
Yeah,
plot and what have you. That's ridiculous, in my
yeah,
opinion,
it's
personally. Jesus.
expensive. And people think, oh, I'm going to get cremated because it's a lot cheaper. Nowadays, it's not that damn much cheaper. But I mean,
Really?
I'm going to be cremated because I'm claustrophobic. This is so weird. I'm claustrophobic, and the thought of being in a casket just fucks with me to no end. So
I totally
even,
understand.
so I'm like, nah, I'm going to be cremated.
Yeah. Whitney was just wondering why can't the infant be cremated? Can they cremate the infants, or
Um,
it has to be
oh yeah,
buried
yeah.
specifically?
No, they can be cremated. We just don't really embalm them. But yeah, they can be cremated. And a lot
Okay.
of times they are cremated. Like a lot of times that's what we do with infants. The parents will want them cremated, and like the ashes turned into jewelry, or they'll
Sure.
share the ashes with the family.
But you won't embalm the little kids. You
Now
won't do
if
it.
it's like a toddler and up, we will, but we I don't know if it's I don't really know the laws and the regulations. I never even asked why we don't embalm infants. I'm gonna have to ask them.
Yeah, I'm curious about that. That's
Yeah, now I
interesting.
am too. It's crazy. I never thought like, I wonder why.
Huh. Well, good. You have to report back with that one.
I sure
That's very
will.
interesting. Chid. Chid says a wood chipper for me, like in Fargo. That's fucking fantastic.
Yes.
That's your choice. That's almost as good. That's pretty good. But Chris said that his preferred method was being catapulted after death
Oh,
into a highly populated city area, and if he hits a human, then they get a prize. That was his after death wishes. So,
Chris is
so Chid's.
awesome.
I
I'm with
know, I
Chris.
know. It's awesome. But the wood chipper, that's a damn close second. I love it.
You
Oh
have
man.
awesome viewers I think I've ever seen in like in a chat.
Yeah, we've got
Like
a good
every
amount of viewers. We got 13 viewers at that point, at this moment. That is
yeah,
fantastic. Oh, hi,
everybody's
Curvy.
so
My
sweet.
friend Krista is here, and she said, I had no idea the subject matter was so awesome this evening. Since I'll be drawing a skeleton into the painting I'm working on, it's kind of perfect. That is
Ooh.
perfect. Erin in the chat right now, she was wondering, I'm sure you've heard of it or what you think about it, about aquamation. This has been kind of coming
Yeah,
up more recently, too. What are your
I
thoughts?
just saw that. I just saw Aaron put that. We are actually looking into that now. It is so incredibly expensive.
I
My
read up on
God.
it, and the machines, I saw that the machines are like ridiculously
Oh
expensive.
my God. And my family is so like country bumpkin, simple back. Not, God, I'm sounding like somebody off Wrong Turn, but like we're just so simple and old fashioned. So my cousin's like, don't want to get all the new stuff because I've been looking into a lot of the like people are wanting to do home burials now or natural burials because South Carolina is still weird about where you can be buried, where your body can be. They have to be put in cemeteries. Natural burial is still a weird thing here. but they need to get
It's not
over
as
it because I
progressive
feel
out there
people.
because they
Yeah.
are more old school in the South,
Mhm.
especially. And, in the whole center of the country, people tend to be a little bit more creatures of habit and tradition and not as progressive as at least we are out here on the West Coast. I mean, we have here in Seattle, it's the first body composting in the country.
Yeah.
And
I
that's
love
so
that.
awesome. I think that's
Oh,
fantastic. And
I
then
love
aquamation
it.
is a really cool thing. And then,
Mhm.
like these green burials, I understand that that's more of a, you know, progressive thing. So I can understand
Yes.
both sides where you guys out there to just be like, we're just going to keep it how it's always been. This is what we do.
Mhm.
And we're leaving it at that. But I do think it is cool in a way as well to evolve, especially to have more green ways of
Yeah.
doing things. That's really nice as well. So I see both sides of that,
Mhm.
situation, I guess.
Because I'm so big on like I hate the money situation. I hate how expensive caskets are and just burying somebody and like your family, the family don't want to, throw a bunch of money out of their pocket when they're grieving, and I feel like they're getting butt raped. I hate to say it like that, but they're getting butt raped just to bury their loved one.
Absolutely.
Like I
Absolutely. Real
believe
real
in
quick, I want
people.
to pause you. We have a fellow streamer in here right now named Fetchbug. Fetchbug, I am so happy that you are here right now. This is awesome. Her stream, she does true crime and talks about a lot of this kind of stuff. She actually just started mortuary school, like maybe last month. So I am so glad that you are here. Fetchbug normally streams at the same times that we stream, so we're not really able to watch each other's streams. But I am so happy that you are here, Fetch. You came in on the perfect episode too, so I think maybe you'll get a little information on what you are about to experience coming up
Yeah.
here soon. You had a delay
Oh,
stream. I am so
definitely.
glad you're here. That is so fucking fantastic. Yay. Perfect. Perfect, perfect, perfect. And Dusty put a link in the chat to Twitch's channel. And if you guys are interested in what we're talking about today, I highly recommend you go follow Twitch's channel, or sorry, Twitch's channel, Fetchbug's Twitch channel, because she is just so cute and amazing. And she talks about all of this creepy, dark stuff, serial killer stuff all the time. It's very, very, very interesting. So,
No,
yay, that is good. So, anyway, back to the story. Um,
I am definitely gonna follow.
oh, good. Yeah, you really should. She's fantastic. I'm so glad there was an early stream today, so she could be here. Woohoo! Okay, so
Awesome.
speaking of, let's continue with the embalming process. So once you remove the blood and you fill
Mhm.
it with the solution to preserve the body, how do you
Mhm.
dispose of the blood that you've removed? Where does that go?
Okay, are you ready for this one?
I'm so ready. I'm fucking ready.
It- okay, we have a drain system in our floor, and the blood goes into the floor, into our sewers, and then it is recycled into our drinking water.
Shut the fuck up. No, it is not.
Yes, it is.
What about like bloodborne pathogens and shit like that are not able to be filtered out?
Yeah, like hepatitis and
Yeah,
AIDS and but it goes through so much, like the chemicals and the treatment plants, I guess. I don't know how all that works, but when I first found that out, I was like, are you kidding me right now?
I am so
Like,
glad that I have a fucking filter in my refrigerator to filter water. Oh my god. Oh, yeah, Fetchbug
yeah.
says it's incredibly filtered. I would hope so, but it's still a bit disturbing. I feel like maybe there would be a better method of handling
Yeah,
that
you
kind
would
of
think.
waste, Shit.
Well,
That is
yeah,
pretty crazy. So it goes right in the floor. So you don't have to deal with it.
right.
It just gets drained out and you're done.
Yep, our floor is like it's completely tile on our floor, and we have this big drain that's under our embalming table. And yeah, it just gets drained out, and then we have a big water hose, and then our solution that we clean with, and we get scrubbed down and everything to make sure
Okay.
everything's
So
clean.
so all the chemicals too are going into the water as well. It's not
Yes.
just the blood. Oh,
Oh,
fantastic.
yeah.
Wow, that is crazy.
It
Oh, okay,
is.
so now you've done that. Now you have replaced the blood with the
Mhm.
formaldehyde, and then you said you have to wash the body again. So phase
Yes.
2, body washing. And
Yep.
that's
You
just to
have to
get off
wash
the
the
excess
body again.
chemicals and if there's any blood that kind of seeped out. Is that what that's for?
Yeah, that's just for any kind of like messes or, because it is kind of messy. I mean, yeah, it's for all the
Oh,
fluids and stuff, and
whew.
just make
Okay.
sure they're all clean, and then we dry them off, and then um, some people will go ahead and do their makeup and everything that day, like right after embalming. I like to wait the next day because that just kind of gives everything time to settle and the body to kind of plump up a little bit. Because I've
That makes
noticed when
sense.
some people do the makeup right away, they have to go back and fix it because once we do the makeup, we have this plastic that we put over the face and everything because when you're dead you don't move and you don't breathe. So like just little flies and fuzzies and dust gets on you and it'll get on that makeup and cake up and just look weird and gross. So we
Okay.
put this
That
plastic
that
stuff
makes
over the
sense.
body.
Why
Yeah,
you why
so
you wait and then you do the like sealant on top.
mm-hmm.
We have a highlighted question in the chat right now. Chid would
Okay.
like to know. He says, Lilith, have the embalming fluids become more environmentally friendly over the years? I've had to complete environmental assessments for contamination from body leaching. Interesting. Interesting
They
question.
have there are so many different products now. My like I said, we're old school and it is so hard to get my cousin to try new things. But I have talked him into trying because we have like salesmen and stuff that, try to get us to try new products. And a lot of them are environmentally safe and everything now.
Well,
So
that is
there's
great that that is an option. I think your family should
mhm,
definitely hop on the train with the environmentally friendly option since it's all just going into the drinking water. Ooh,
mhm,
yeah. Might want to try
exactly.
to twist their arm on that one for sure. And then um, Gypsy Danger wants to know what happens when there's a sewage backup. Have you experienced that?
Oh, thank God we have not. Oh, I can only imagine. I'm pretty sure. Now, the only backup I have seen, it's not in the funeral home. The mausoleum. And y'all know what the mausoleum is, where the bodies are put into the wall at the
Yes.
cemetery.
Mm-hmm.
There was a leak, and one of the bodies, I don't know how it happened. I guess, the humid temperatures here because we're very humid in South Carolina. Obviously, they didn't seal it right, or something happened, and the body started leaking and oozing out of the wall.
Oh
So,
man, that's fucking shitty. Dude.
so they had to go in and close the entire mausoleum down, scrub it down. They had to get like DHEC in there and all kinds of shit. It was so like I didn't see it like in person, but I heard about it.
Oh
I heard it
God, do
was
they have to
bad.
like contact the family and be like, I'm so sorry, your
I
loved
don't
one leaked
know.
all over the fucking place. Holy shit. That is
I
so
don't know.
crazy to imagine what that would be like
Oh
to
my god.
have to deal with that. Wow.
Yes.
Well,
Oh,
hopefully somebody learned a lesson about sealing people up a little bit better. Good freaking lord.
I
Okay,
hope
not
so.
good. Nuckin actually popped up and he said it's called the Lazarus Reflex, which is triggered by certain unknown spots in a dead body that triggers the arms crossing. So it's an actual thing called the Lazarus Reflex. That is crazy.
Oh, no, I have not seen that. Oh, learned
Well, that's
something new
good.
every day.
But if it ever does happen, you'll be like, Lazarus Reflex. That's the one.
In all my years, I've never seen it. That is really cool.
Interesting. Yeah. Holy shit. Okay, so good. I'm glad you've never dealt with a sewage backup. I
Yes,
love
never.
6 Feet Under. There's an episode of 6 Feet Under where there's sewage backs up and it's like a whole thing. And of course, they had somebody doing an inspection that day during that
I've
episode.
got
So
to
that was
get
a
back
bummer.
into it. I never finished it. I only got like the first two or three seasons. I've got to
Oh my
finish it.
God. Lilith.
I
Okay,
love it. I
first off,
know.
it's my favorite show of my entire life that I've ever seen. And I've watched a lot of really fantastic shows, but 6 Feet Under, hands down, is my all time favorite show. And I've watched it all the way through, like, many times. I miss the characters, I miss them. So I go back and I start watching it again. You've
Oh,
got to watch it, especially
I
growing up in a
know.
funeral home, getting
Yes.
roped into being a funeral director when you didn't even want to be. That's totally Nate Fisher right there. You know,
Mm-hmm.
poor guy thought he was
It is.
escaping and was not able to make it. So everybody else in the chat, if you have not seen 6 Feet Under, I cannot possibly recommend it any highlier. It is on HBO. If you guys
Mm-hmm.
have HBO or whatever, I also have the DVD box set, and it's absolutely fantastic, and it gives you a little bit of insight into what it's like for families that live at the funeral home and kind of what the whole thing entails. So, watching it so many times, I mean, I felt like, okay, kind of have a little window into what it would be like, but it's also a show, so I don't know in real life. So it's really cool hearing from your perspective what it's like, in real life, having to be a part of
No.
that, like in your
Well, I will
home,
make a
especially.
promise. I'll make a promise to you that I will start it tomorrow.
Good, awesome, and then we can talk about it anytime. I would love to
Yeah.
to talk about it as you get through stuff.
Because
Yeah,
what I
right,
saw, I loved. I don't
it's
know
it's
why I didn't
absolutely
finish.
fantastic. I don't know, but get back into it and just keep rolling with it because it's
Yeah.
so fucking fantastic. It is so good. Krista Curvy Goddess said she's been rewatching it in the last couple months. Awesome.
Nice.
Aaron says, "Who here would be willing to go explore a morgue with me? Look at dead bodies and see
Ooh,
maggots." I
I
mean,
will. I will.
yeah, we will. I don't think we're allowed to, unless we go visit Lilith and she lets us come in and,
Yeah.
and does a tour.
Yes, we'll do a tour.
Could we have a
Oh, it's
tour?
all
Is that a
theme
thing?
night. Sleepover. I'm pretty sure you could. Yeah,
Oh
we could
my
do a tour.
goodness. Well, maybe one of these days we'll have to arrange a field trip out there. That would
Yeah.
be so fucking interesting. Oh my goodness. Okay.
If
We're just gonna
anybody's in
kind of
North Carolina.
we're gonna put that in our back pocket. Thank you for that offer. That's fantastic. That would be so interesting to be there in the
Mm,
flesh and learn about that stuff. Whew.
absolutely.
Okay, so okay, we're done with the embalming process. We're done with that. We've washed the body
Hmm.
again. And then as
Yeah.
far as doing the makeup and hair. So you said you usually wait the next day until everything's kind of set. Um
Hmm.
what what is that like? Do you have to look at like a photo of what the person looked like in their life to try to recreate it? How do you go
Yeah.
about doing that? Are you trying to like use the same colors that they used, or what do you do?
Um, Most of the time, the family, I always, either they'll bring me a picture or they'll kind of say, okay, just do their hair like this and just make them look the best they can. I'm like, I'd rather have a picture. But some people, like, if we get somebody that doesn't have family or is homeless or, just we don't have anything to go on, we just do the best we can.
Then you
And
do your best. Okay.
yeah, and I use this, it's like a complexion cream. It's like a flesh color. It kind of goes with, anybody. Now, if they're, like, of course, a different color, like they're Indian or if they're African American or something, we have certain colors for that. But, yeah, like we have a color that pretty much covers everybody.
Okay. That's
And
really
then
cool.
we
So you
have
have
like
like
the
like
green.
a big set basically, and you just kind of go
Hmm.
through and try to match them.
Yeah, because we have like tints that we use too to kind of give them that natural color. Because we'll have like greens and reds and yellows. You kind of have to play with it a little. It's kind of like being an artist, I guess. So
That's kind of
it's
fun,
a fun.
actually. That must be kind of a fun. part,
It
making them
is. It
look
really is.
pretty. And do you
You
do
know,
makeup on men as well? I imagine you do, to
yeah.
try to give them a fleshier type of like living
Hmm.
look.
Yes, we do. We do. We
That's
do.
so, it's so interesting to me. The idea of preserving people and presenting them as if they are still alive. Um,
Hmm.
I understand. I totally understand why people do that and why they need that kind of closure to see somebody. But how do you personally feel about, like, kind of putting this mask on people and trying to like make them seem live? What
Yeah,
what do you feel?
I don't know. Like, I am that person. I've always been like, what's the point? I mean, I get, they want to see them one last time. Um, I'm weird about I just don't understand all the makeup and all the fakeness. Like, I like the old tradition that people would do where when you die, you just, there's the body. That's it. Like, you're dead. You get put in the ground the way that you are, all natural. I've always thought that. I
Me
don't,
too.
because sometimes you have to cake that makeup on, and my God, family, if somebody gets in a car accident or, a gunshot, suicide, we get a lot of those, a lot of suicide. And there's families that want an open casket because I do prosthetics too. And sometimes you just can't, you can't work magic. And you try to talk the family into a closed casket. You tell them the best way you can. Well, they are messed up. Like their entire half their face is gone. Don't tell them
And
like that,
why the
but
fuck do they want an open casket? Like, maybe they don't understand
I
how
think they're
bad
morbid.
people. Yeah, that's pretty messed up. So you
Mhm.
having to do the restoration work, so you're making the prosthetics from scratch based on their photos.
Yeah, we have these pieces, like, the prosthetic pieces, cheekbone. It's hard. It is very hard. But, my cousin's pretty damn good at it. I'm decent, but he's pretty damn good. Like, he airbrushes and, he can work some magic, but they still don't look the same. Like, their face is all bloated and weird. Like, it looks plastic. So I don't get that. Like
Yeah,
the way that.
that's tough. That's a really tough one. Is, you
Hmm.
know that you're just doing what people want. So you're giving them whatever it is that they want so that they can feel comfortable, and you're just doing the job. But it's interesting
Hmm.
to hear you say that as well, where you're like, I don't even know why people want this. Just put them in the ground and let them go. Just let them
Yeah.
go. I know you wouldn't really have
Yeah.
much of a job if it wasn't for what it is that you
Yeah.
do. But I find that endearing that you also see that side where you're like, I don't even know why people want this right now. Like, it's a very strange tradition that we have here. And it's not all people even do open caskets. Like, I had only seen one open casket ever in my entire life. And it was a friend of mine whose dad passed, and they were Catholic. So it was a
Oh.
Catholic funeral, but I'd never been to any other open casket funerals. And I personally, I find it a really bizarre tradition.
Hmm.
I get, like I said earlier, I get why people feel that they want that. They want that one last look, and they want to see them so they can actually start the healing process and accept that they're gone. But I don't know.
Yeah.
I personally wouldn't want to see my loved one like that. I would want to remember them the way that they were before. That's
Exactly.
just
Exactly.
me. So I think that the way that we deal with death, especially in this country, it's very bizarre. In my opinion, I feel like it's
Hmm.
a very kind of backwards way. I mean, people have been dying, since the dawn of time, and for the longest time, people didn't live as long. They, at 35, you were like old, And if you lived
Yeah.
past that, like it was like a miracle, you know? So death was so much more of a part of life that it was a little bit more, um, I want to say maybe people were desensitized a little more to it or
Yes.
more
Yeah.
accepting of it happening, I guess. And
Mm-hmm.
over time, something happened, something changed where it became so like super sad. Like of course it's sad when you lose somebody that you love regardless, but the whole funeral aspect of everybody dressing in black and everybody coming and crying, and it's just like rather than celebrating the life of the person, it's become the tradition of sadness. And if people aren't sad enough, then they're like, what's wrong with you? How are you not so sad like everybody else? Like it's
Yeah.
almost like it's just turned into, rather than celebrating the life of the person and having like a fun, we put the fun in funeral type of thing, you know? It's like
Yeah.
that's like inappropriate now in this country, and that must be a
Mm-hmm.
really strange thing for you to it sounds like you feel differently about it, but you are still obliging everybody with this whole different kind of industry. Like it's
It
weird.
it is. I agree with you. You said everything perfect just now. Like yeah, you it blows my mind the way people act. Humans are some strange creatures.
Yep,
You
they
really are.
they are. We've got a question in the chat from Whittistick. Do you go to specialty seminars for prosthetics and hard cases? So do you have continuing education, basically, learning about the stuff?
Um, my cousin goes to a lot of those seminars and stuff. I normally stay and like he'll actually travel. He travels to Georgia. He's been to Chicago. He goes to all these conventions and sees all the products and gets like, free stuff and he wants to see and I never understood that because I'm like, you're going to see all this stuff, but you're so old school, like you're not going to order any of it. Like we got these really like they're new prosthetics and I love them. Like they're lighter, they're more flexible, they're easier to work with. And he's like, yeah, it's not the same. I like the other ones. I'm just used to those. I wanted to just throw one and smack him in the forehead with it.
Oh, that tell them to order them for you then. Be like, you
I
use
know.
whatever you want, but I want you to
I,
order these for me.
they gave
Um,
us a big case of them, and I used them. So,
well, that's good. At
yeah,
least you're going. At least he's going, and at least familiar with what the options are. Hopefully, you can kind of get him on board with kind of changing
he,
things up at
he's
least a little
getting
bit.
there. He's getting there.
So, Aaron, Aaron, that's probably the funniest comment I've ever seen in my life. At my funeral, I literally want the Jack in the Box tune playing so people will stare at my casket in horrified anticipation of me popping up, and I want someone dressed as the Grim Reaper in the back telling people they are next as they leave. Yes, I am morbid. Oh my goodness,
Oh,
that's fucking
oh,
fantastic. Turbo.
I love Aaron. Aaron is awesome.
That is so fucking awesome. I have a similar thing. My after death wishes is I legitimately want to be mummified in like
Mm.
traditional Egyptian style.
Ooh.
I want the Egyptian funeral essentially, but what I want to do is on my tomb, I would like it to say like excavate in 1,000 years or whatever, because I want to be exhumed
Yeah.
and excavated later on down the line. And I want to put those like cans of like fake peanuts and this fucking snake pops out. Pew pew pew. Like I want those, and I want like glitter bombs inside of my sarcophagus, because when they open the sarcophagus, I want a fucking glitter bomb all over these motherfuckers 1,000 years in the future.
Oh my God.
What could be
That
better
is
than that? That's
great.
fucking awesome.
Freaking brilliant. Like, that
That's
is
totally what I want.
brilliant.
That's totally what I want, man. I'm ready, and I want to put little like prizes in there. So when they excavate, they're like, "What the fuck? No way! Look at these cool little fun treasures." Like I want, like they do the amulets, like in the
Yeah.
mummies. So I want my own little like amulets and little like fun shit for people to find. I think it's gonna be fucking great.
That is the
Fetchbug wants a Viking burial, which I
yeah.
fucking love. And actually, I don't remember what state it was, but they just made it legal recently to do Viking burials. Um,
Oh, who was
Here.
it? Where was it? I
It was
can't
somewhere in this
remember.
country. Yeah, I can't remember, but I think that that is
Was it like
fantastic. I think
it
that's really
wasn't
cool.
Oregon, was it? I don't think it was Oregon.
I don't remember, but it is legal, which I think is awesome. Just push you out
Yeah.
into the water, light you up, done with it.
Or
You're
maybe
done.
Michigan. It might have been Michigan. But yeah,
Maybe
I
well
remember
in Lake
reading that.
Michigan because it's huge. Just push somebody out into the middle of it and just light
Yeah.
them up, man. Light them up. Light
Light
them
your ass
up.
up and let them go.
Turbo light. She liked my death wish. She said she
Yeah,
loves it.
that is great.
I think it'll be fun, man. I really do. I think it would be very, very interesting.
We have
But
had some crazy stuff that have been like I've seen the craziest things put in caskets with humans.
really,
It
what
blows.
kind of things?
The most popular, of course, is a joint or a blunt rolled up and roach
That's the most
clip.
common.
Yes, that is the most common, is a big old blunt rolled up and a lighter or a pack of matches and a like a roach clip, and they'll usually stick them like down in their hand or they'll stick them in their shirt pocket. And that
Okay.
you wouldn't believe how many people get buried with pot, a can of beer, a bottle of liquor, like that. It's all the time,
You know
all
what?
the
I think that's pretty cool. I think that's cool. You're like, hey, this is this person's jam. We're just gonna give them some to take down with them. If they're a big pothead,
time.
I totally understand. Give them a joint. What about a bong? Has anybody been buried with like a giant bong? Because that'd be fucking
Ooh, I
hilarious.
haven't seen that. That would be great. I haven't
That
seen a
would.
big bomb.
Next
I
time
have seen a
somebody is like,
blunt.
hey, can we put some joints in there? Be like, what? You don't want to do a bong? Like, get a big ass bong. Let's do it. You should totally try to proposition people to do that. Oh,
Yes.
Heather Feathers 420 said they buried their friend with a blunt. Awesome. Awesome.
Oh
So, yeah, that's the real
my.
deal. Oh, man. Chid says, dress me up in the Darth Vader costume and light me the fuck up. That's fucking great. That's
I
fucking
love it.
great.
Yes.
Oh, and Maine. Maine is the state where it is now legal.
Maine. Okay.
Fetchbug put it in there, and Steve Scott confirmed. Yes, Maine, it
Yeah.
is that. Okay. Well, shoot. Now
Man,
you
I
know
was
where you
way
got to
off.
go. If anybody that wants a legit Viking funeral, Maine, it is.
I
Wow.
was
I'm
way
loving this
off.
chat right now. This chat is killing me. It's so
I
fucking funny. This
know.
is so great.
I love it. Yeah,
Everybody's so into it.
we're talking about like weird things people have been married with. I was going to tell you earlier, remember I said something about the crazy, the craziest story or the craziest
Yes.
situation that I've ever been in?
Yes,
Oh
I
my
am so ready
God.
to hear this. I am so ready. Okay, everybody, hold on to your hats. All I know is it involves a penis pump. So let's let her rip. Let's do it.
Okay, so I was probably about 21. I think I was about 21. We got a call, and me and my cousin went to go pick up a body. That happens all the time. Like, that's the one thing, we have crazy hours because we're always on call. People die at all times. So we go to the house, and the guy that died was in the back room. His wife answered the door. Of course, he's crying. And she said, he's in the back room. My cousin goes back there, and he was like, Lily, can you come here a minute? I go back there, and he's like, you're going to have to sit with the wife so we can get him out of here. I look over at this man laying on the bed. I guess he had been sick. Um, he had a raging hard on. I mean, it was huge. Like, congratulations to this dude. Like, it was sticking way up, and I'm like, oh my God, because normally if it does that, it will go down after a little bit of time. So he was kind of waiting around, seeing if it would go down. And he's like, okay, just talk to her while we remove him out of the house. We put him on the stretcher. We have like a velvet blanket that we put over them. Of course, it didn't go down. So I'm talking to her. She's crying. I'm hugging her. They take him out the house. We get in the car and we drive to the funeral home, which is about 11 minutes from the place, 11, 12 minutes. Still, when we get there, it's still rock hard. And
Oh
we're like,
my
what in
God.
the hell? Like, this dude, did he take Viagra or something? And the wife was actually coming behind us to do the paperwork and everything, give all the information, see him, tell him good night or whatever, and, bring the clothes up there. So we knew she was coming to see him. And we're like, oh my God, what are we going to do? So we get in there and he's on the table. And we're like, we gotta damn get this thing down. So my cousin gets the bright idea to go grab the duct tape. And he's like, because, normally it goes down on its own, or we do have a device, a needle where we can stick it in there and, suck that blood out and it will go down. But this was like raging hard on. So my cousin, he goes and gets the tape and he's like, okay, I'll hold his leg and you hold his dick and put it on. This crazy fool, instead of just grabbing the man's penis and folding it down and taping it to his thigh, my cousin grabs the guy's thigh and holds it up in the air to like bring the thigh to his penis to tape it. And I'm like, what are you doing? He's like, dude, I can't think. This thing is huge. So when we're in the middle of doing this, we get a call over the intercom. It was my cousin's wife. And she was like, can y'all come in here, please? His wife is here and we need to talk to you. And we're like, okay, we'll be there in a second. So we go in there. And when we go in there, his wife has a big smile on her face. And she was like, did y'all run into any trouble with my husband? And I'm like, yeah, a little bit. And she's like, you, honey, I already know. She's like, he had his penis was up, wasn't it? And I was like, yes. Like, how am I going to tell this woman? Like, I'm trying to think of the best way to tell her. And she was like, okay, well, I'll tell you the deal. Her husband was a comedian around here. He was a famous, well, I don't know if he was famous, but he was like a local comedian. He had cancer, and he got his wife to promise him that when he got into a car accident in the 80s, went through the windshield of a car and had to have a penis pump put in. So he got her to promise him when he died that she would pump it up for the funeral directors to come pick him up and him
Oh
ride to the
my
funeral home
God.
with
Shut
a
up.
hard on. Yeah.
There was a like a pump like
Yes, it was on. I
installed?
was like, she said, honey, it's easy. I'll do it if you can't do it. It was a little rectangle metal thing that was in his ball. And you just squeeze it. Like you just press it and it goes, meh.
You squeeze the
And
balls and it pumps it up?
yes,
Fuck off. No
you,
way.
I promise you. And then all I had to do was take his testicle and push the thing, and I mean, it didn't go down fast, but it was like slowly just.
Oh my
Oh,
God. So that was his death wish, was to fuck with the morticians.
yes, and I went in there and I looked at this man, and I was like, "You son of a bitch, you! Like you got me." I was like, "That's a good one. Like that
That
was a
was
good
really
one."
good. You got trolled. That's before
I
trolling was the
got
thing, but that was
so
like
trolled.
trolled, dude, by this guy. Oh my God. Whitney says,
Oh my
did he
god.
want an open casket with his unit full staff? Did he want it like up like that
No,
for the guests? It was
no.
just to fuck with you.
It was just to fuck with us for the ride to the funeral home. I was like, you got to be kidding me.
Dude, that's really good. That is really fucking good. Oh man, that's seriously one of the best stories that you could ever have. That is so awesome. And was the wife like cracking up when she brought it up
Oh
and was like, "Ah,
God,
ha, ha, I got you."
yeah. She was like, just her face was red. She's like, I'm so sorry, and laughing the entire time. She was like, honey, when you were talking to me at the house, and they were bringing Dave out, and she was like, I was trying so hard not to giggle, and I was like, really?
Because
I was
she
like, that's
knew
my
the
kind of
whole
people.
freaking time. Oh
Yes.
my God.
That
Well,
had to
you
be
know what? I
fun,
think instead
though.
of Viagra, people just get these penis pumps installed
I
all the time
know.
because you just have to squish the balls, boop, beep, 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 and then
I
you're good to go. And
know.
then you just deflate it. Like, that's
And
ingenious. It's ingenious.
yeah, exactly. But I was like, I wonder, how hard that was. Her husband just died. And I mean, was she in there like, pump, 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 pump?
Oh my God. I'm really glad that she had a good sense of humor. I mean, living with a comedian for that
Yes,
long, she obviously had to have a good sense of humor and was like, well, this is what he wanted. So trying not to laugh, like that must have been the
it was
hardest thing
funny.
ever for her. Oh my
Hmm.
God.
I was like,
Oh,
really?
dude.
I told her, I was like, y'all are my kind of people.
Oh, yes. That's really, really, really good. Yeah, it's
Yes.
good to laugh too in a moment like that when there's so much sadness and you just lost somebody that you love. Like to be able to make people laugh after you're already
Hmm.
gone, it's like your last joke that you can do and kind of like diffuse the situation a little bit and just kind of lighten the mood. Everybody dies, everybody has their time, but to be able to give somebody a laugh like that, that's pretty good, man. I wish more people would do
Yep.
things like that. That would be real freaking funny, man.
Hmm. Yep.
Oh
It's the
man,
one thing that you can't run from, you can't hide from it. That's the one thing that everybody has to face.
everybody. And you never know when your time is. It could be tomorrow, it could be 80 years from now. Like nobody knows,
Mm-hmm.
but it's something that we all have to deal with. Like every single one of us has to
Yeah.
face the facts at some point and it is scary and I'm sure we
It
all
is.
hope that we won't die in some kind of like horrendously painful
Oh, I
circumstance.
know.
That would definitely be good to not have to experience that kind of thing. But it is something that every single one of us will go through, and each one is a very
Mhm.
unique experience to each of
Yeah.
us. So that brings me to a really interesting other point that I would like to get your input on.
Hmm.
Just so you guys know, I did talk to Lilith previously, and she was okay with me sharing this information with everybody. But
Hmm.
you have liver cancer and are
I do.
currently on chemo right now. You actually
Yes.
had a chemo treatment today before the show.
Hmm. Yep. I got diagnosed in 2013. I have hepatocellular carcinoma, which
Fuck.
is a pain in the ass because I mean, the only surgery you can really do to fix it is a transplant. And my entire liver is extremely damaged. So I was
Are
in
you on a list
remission
for a
for 5 years.
transplant?
I was, and then I was in remission for 5 years, and then it came back last
Fuck.
year. So,
I am
but
so freaking sorry to hear that this is something that you have to deal with. That is so horrible. It must be completely the most stressful thing you could ever have to deal with.
yes,
But
it is.
I'm curious what your perspective is, considering that you have worked with death for so long and you obviously see it in a much different light than the average person. There's not as much fear
Hmm.
surrounding it. You know what happens. Um,
Yeah.
what are your thoughts on mortality, considering that you are
Mm,
in a situation where you are potentially facing, an earlier fate than you would
yeah.
wish?
Um, I have so many different like if my okay, my kids and my loved ones, they are keeping me going. If I have my son is almost 20, my daughter's almost 15. If I didn't have them, if they were both grown, I probably would have stopped treatment and gave up already
Uh,
because it wears me down. Like I mean, I had COVID while I was
you
doing
did?
chemo. Yes, it almost killed me. It gave me a heart attack.
Oh my God, you had a heart attack.
Yes, like I have been through. Everybody's like, you have been through more than any human I've ever seen. Like you, but like
Wow.
I'm. It's like if I live, I live. I'm not scared of death anymore. But it sucks. Like just I feel like I'm suffering sometimes. Like I feel
That
like
is terrible.
yeah, like I must have been Hitler in my past life or something because
Oh
I'm
man,
facing hell.
that
But
sucks. That
like I
really.
hate that my family. I hate that my kids and Jason, they see it. So I really hate that.
So, what are your death wishes? I mean, hopefully you go back into remission or you get a transplant and you move along and you live a very, very long, happy life. Not saying that, you're checking out anytime soon, but it is something that you do need to consider. And you being
Hmm.
in the industry, I'm really curious, what are your after death wishes for yourself?
Actually, I already have all of my plans done. I am not going to be embalmed. I'm going to just go straight to cremation. I'm going to be cremated. Um, I really don't care what they do with my ashes, but my daughter said something about, we used to go to these, like, I love weeping willow trees. I'm obsessed with them. We will probably like they'll probably put some of my ashes, with the weeping willow tree where we used to go near the river. My I'll probably have the rest of them like mixed with my twin brother and my mom. So I don't care, like whatever they want to do with them. But yeah, I'm gonna be
That's cool.
cremated.
So, yeah, you're just kind of disconnected from
Mm,
what's left of your body. Once you're gone, you're just let it go and
yeah.
let your family make the choices.
Yeah, once I'm gone, I'm gone. Like you could throw me in the backyard, I wouldn't care. Like just throw me back there. Like I'm dead.
Wow.
I don't care.
Yeah. Huh. Okay. Well, I think that that is a really beautiful way to look at it, rather than you
Mhm.
being fearful of it, just being more accepting. Like, you know what? If I make it, I make it, and
Mhm.
if I don't, you know,
Yeah.
it's just the
The
way
thing
the
I'm
cookie
scared of,
crumbles.
the thing that scares me the most is like, of course, you're like, oh my God, it's gonna hurt. Like, I just don't want it to linger and just continue and, it move all over my body and I can't breathe. You die of not being able to breathe and it moved to my brain or something. Like, that's what I'm terrified of. But
That would be
they said that it
horrible.
wouldn't happen. Yeah, they said that wouldn't happen. So,
Okay.
yeah,
Well,
it's
that's good.
staying.
Hopefully, you don't have to experience that. I am
Yeah.
curious what your thoughts are on, what do they call it exactly? It's legal in Oregon, where basically you can decide to end your life. I forgot what the
Yeah.
term is for that. There's a
Assisted
specific term.
suicide.
Yes, there it is. That's the one. What are your thoughts on that in general, and what are your thoughts on that, like, personally?
A lot of people don't agree with me on this. I think that Dr. Kevorkian was a genius. Now, I don't, he didn't have to kill people in his van, riding around, killing people, it was their wishes. Like, everybody thinks Dr. Kevorkian was this murderer, but he wasn't. Like, he
Yeah.
gave them options. He's like, "Are you sure?" Like he had somebody that was like a therapist talk to them, like they were ready to die, and I think
And
he
I
was a
think that's
genius.
fair. I think that's
Mhm.
super fair. I mean, with animals, if we have an animal that's suffering, it's
Mhm.
known as the humane thing to do is to not let them
Absolutely.
suffer and to put them out of their misery, and they don't even have a say or a choice in it. We're just making the
Mhm.
decision that we feel that that's the the right and humane thing to do. And I find it so bizarre that humans are told that they do not have the right to choose their own fate like that in
Mm-hmm.
most of the states. 49 out of the 50 states, you're not
Yep.
allowed to make your own choice. And it's even illegal to attempt suicide. So if you attempt suicide and you fail, you can
Yep.
actually like get in trouble from the law for that, which I personally
Crazy.
find absolutely ridiculous. Like if
Mm-hmm.
people want that quality of life while they're alive, and if they
Yes.
know that their fate is coming, why make somebody sit there and just waste away in a hospital,
Mm-hmm.
incurring a bunch of debt, stressing the family out, stressing the person out? Like I don't understand. I agree with you. I think Kevorkian was onto something really
Mm-hmm.
good, and like you said, they were counseling people and made sure that everybody was ready.
When I got diagnosed in 2013 and I went through chemo, I was very sick. I was a stage 3 going into a stage 4. I was in ICU, like I was dying pretty much. And when they got me where I could go home, I actually considered moving to Oregon where I could do that. And I ended up going into remission and didn't go, so that worked out. But if you watch like documentaries or read about it, it is such a peaceful death. Like they don't hurt anymore, they're not suffering. They have a therapist that makes sure that is what they need, what they want. They have to wait a certain amount of time. They can't just say, "Oh, I want to die," and go get the medicine and do it that day.
Which I
And
agree
some
with as
people,
well. Make sure people really have to think
hmm
about it. And you go home, take a few days, talk to your family, think about it, wrap your shit up, and then
hmm
go. Have you heard about the
yeah, that's
pods,
exactly.
the suicide pods? Where
No.
you, oh man, it's so interesting. You guys should look this up if you haven't heard of it. I don't know if they're active yet, but I did see an article on them, and it's this little pod, and you go in and you play whatever kind of music that it is that you want, and you have to push the button. You have to be the one to push it, and it fills with a gas that knocks you out. So you just go to sleep and you just don't wake up.
Oh,
And I
wow.
think that's a really interesting way to do it. And the pod
hmm
is also, I believe, do not quote me on it, but I think it can also be the burial vessel where they basically take that pod part out and you're in it, and then that's your little coffin essentially. I think that that's how that goes.
That is
But the pods I thought
amazing.
were really interesting, where it's like you can just put whatever tunes you want, and you get to make the choice whenever you're ready. You push that button and you just peacefully go to sleep. And I support that so much, especially for
hmm
terminally ill people. As far as people that are really depressed, I have, there's
hmm
a gray line with this. I have a bunch of different feelings on this. I've seen a lot of people that I know and love in very deep depressions. And
Yeah.
some people made it through, some people didn't. But this too shall pass is very, very real. And I feel like it's good for people to take the time to not make a hasty decision. My girlfriend broke up with me and I'm miserable, so let me go in the suicide pod. I do not
Yeah.
think that that is wise. Although I do feel that we also all are born with the right to choose when we die if we
hmm
want to. If you're that miserable, I wish that people would hang on and try to, make it through and have a better life. But
Yeah.
if that's your choice, I have to respect your choice. But as far as like terminally ill patients, I think it's the right thing to do. I think it's the humane and right thing to do, is to give people that choice to just stop. I mean, with you, you could have the choice to stop treatment. You could stop
hmm
chemo, but that still means that your end is inevitable. And from when you stop until your end inevitably comes, that's going to be a shitty process,
Oh,
that
yeah.
would suck. So just to be able to be like, I'm stopping chemo, give me the pod, like
Yes.
it's a more honorable way. It's like, oh, death
It
with
is.
honor, for sure. And I
Mm-hmm.
think that that is very special. And I hope that in time that becomes something that all 50 states adopt, so everybody gets the choice, so you don't have to be like, fuck, I have stage 4, now I need to pick up and move across the country to go somewhere where this is allowed. That sucks. I feel like that is unfair, for people in a similar situation that you are in.
Yeah, I am
But
so with you on that.
you're still going. You're getting the treatment. You have the support from your
Yeah.
family. And
Mm-hmm.
I wish nothing but the best as far as recovery for you.
Thank
I just am so sorry that this is something that you have to go through um, every day, every single day of your life.
you.
That's tough.
It
You are
helps.
very
It helps
welcome.
having my friends and family, and like social media has helped too. Like me doing that's the main reason why I did the Facebook group, because it's keeping me busy. Like I'm always talking to people. That's keeping me from, because chemo will put you in a deep depression, and I'm still in a depression because like some people know. I don't think I told you, but my twin brother, I lost him 4 years ago to suicide.
Oh,
And
to suicide. Goodness.
yeah, he
Fuck.
he was schizophrenic, and he had a lot of like manic depressive disorder and bipolar. Like it was a lot of different things, and he just
I'm so
couldn't walk.
sorry. Gosh, a
And
twin, losing a twin, my goodness,
yes, I
that is
literally
so
lost my
rough.
other half. And the way he did it, like he left me. He called me. It was a little after midnight. He called me, and he had told me, like, the voices and stuff. It was starting to tell him to hurt his family and his
Oh
loved ones, and
no.
that's when he couldn't. And he was taking his medicine, but he started thinking that we were poisoning him. It was bad. So I didn't answer my phone, and I still beat myself up, but I was asleep. And he left me a voicemail, and he went and got in his truck, and he hit a tree at 108 miles an hour. That's where the split
Whoa.
meet. And he left a suicide note in the Jeep, in his guitar strings. And he left one for me, and he left one for his girlfriend, which 4 days later after he died, she found out she was pregnant. So I have a nephew
Oh
that he couldn't
no.
shoot, and he looks just like him. So we
Oh
have a
my
piece of
goodness.
him. Yeah. So
Wow.
uh, I'm with you on the pod thing and the assisted suicide, because I've seen what mental problems and depression and just terminally ill, what it can do to people,
Yeah.
and they have
Ooh,
to
that's a
sometimes
tough
have
one.
to
But you know
go.
what? He didn't hurt his family. I mean,
Nope,
he
he
hurt
did
them
not.
by leaving, but he didn't hurt them. So I'm
Hmm.
glad that he was able to, at
Yeah,
least realize that that was not appropriate
yeah,
thing to do.
yeah.
I
He
wish
really
that he
did.
was able to get the help that he needed, but unfortunately,
Hmm.
he
He
wasn't.
just
So
he just couldn't.
that's a
Yeah,
tough
and
one.
then that's another thing. Like with I was whenever I was telling you, like families wanting open caskets and stuff. My aunt showed her ass wanting an open casket for my brother, and it couldn't happen. Like he was, the motor of the car literally came through and crushed him, and it's
Whoa.
I mean, yeah, like his face was so swollen, and I had to
Fuck.
go to the morgue and ID him because he didn't have his driver's
Oh.
license. So I
So
ID'd
did you
him
guys
by his
take him
face.
to your family's funeral home? Did you have to
Yeah.
like process his body?
I was going to, but they wouldn't let me. So,
I
they
can
took it.
understand that. Oh
Yeah,
my
I was like, can I do
goodness.
it? Because, I was in shock. I was mad. I was just pissed off at him and sad because, you're going through all those emotions. I'm like, oh my God, it's my twin brother. And I was like, I'll do it. I want to prep him. I want to get him. And they were like, no, you don't. Like, because I guess, I still don't know the extent of his injuries, but I know it was bad. It was
Fuck.
really bad.
Well, I'm
Because when
glad that
I
your
did,
family protected you from that. I'm glad that
me
they did
too.
because I understand you being like, I want to do this for him, but at the same
Hmm.
time, you don't have to have that imagery in your mind. And I mean, it's bad enough you had to identify the body. That is
Yeah.
hard enough. But for you to not have to be there and do that, I am very grateful
Hmm.
for your family for taking that burden from you. That is really a
Oh,
really
yeah.
hard one.
I can only
And
imagine.
we've got a couple people in the chat just thanking you so much
Hmm.
for sharing all of this information. This is really personal and really hard stuff, and I
Hmm.
am really enjoying hearing all of this, and I'm very grateful that you're sharing everything. Oh, thank you for the cheers, Chid. Thank you so much.
Yeah, I've been
Thank
reading.
you.
You have such awesome people.
We do. I've got some really
Um,
incredible people that are super supportive over this, and this stream especially. I think a lot of people were really looking forward to hearing the ins and outs of the industry and your personal experiences with it. I mean, this is a lot of stuff that, we most of us have never had to deal with any of these kind of things from the inside. And a
Yeah.
lot of us have lost loved ones, and you just kind of send the body off, and
Hmm.
whatever's done with it is done, and then you move along. But there is so much that happens behind the scenes that's so important. And you
Hmm.
are one of the people that gives dignity to these people. So hearing from your perspective, I think it's super enlightening, and it's giving everybody a little bit more insight on what what actually happens, like
Yeah.
I have no idea, it's just you just give, somebody picks up the body and then all of a sudden they're in a casket or whatever, and that's the end of that. But
And
so
a lot
as
of
far
us
as
really.
oh,
Oh no, I'm
go
sorry. Go
ahead.
ahead.
No,
No,
please
I was
please
just
go ahead.
saying that a lot of morticians and embalmers, funeral directors, like even when the family isn't around, like we always, even though they're dead, they can't feel anything, there's nothing there. Like we still treat them like humans. We still treat them with dignity and respect. I cover their private area with a sheet or a cloth. I talk to them like, I tell people that and they're like, what? But yeah, like I will talk to them while I'm doing their makeup, or I'll be like, what's your story? Or you were very loved. I talk to them. It
I
kind of helps.
love that. Oh man, I love that. Do you ever get answers back?
I I do think that I have not, voices, but little tinks, or I hear like the tray beside me where I keep the makeup and the snips and everything. I've heard like little tinks or something moving or sliding across. So I think that's
Hmm.
pictures from them. Oh yeah, I believe in the
Interesting.
paranormal. I'm a big believer.
Okay, so that being said, when you're in the preparation room and
Hmm.
dealing with all of these different types of people, like so many different kinds of like colors and ages and just all different types. I'm sure there's a lot of different energies that you're feeling from these people. And do you feel that these people are present sometimes with you, observing what it is that you're doing? And have you ever seen anything or like felt any kind of direct responses from these people or their energy?
Yes, I do a lot. I don't like, I don't see people walking through the halls or anything, but you can literally, how you see in horror movies, or I'm pretty sure you've had this happen. You're standing there and you feel like somebody's watching you, and you get the hairs on the back of your neck stand up or on your arms, and you just feel like
Mm-hmm.
somebody is behind you. Like you can just feel the whole air and everything change. That happens
Yes.
a lot when I'm in there
Whoa.
preparing. you can just feel like somebody is standing there beside you.
Are you alone in the room doing your work a lot?
Um, yeah, a lot of times I am. I
So
do
how
have
does that make you
internet.
feel? Is it scary, or do you feel like almost comforted by the fact that they're there with you?
When I first started and I was in there by myself, it was very strange. I didn't like it because the energy was a little off. I don't know if it's because of the nerves and everything, but there have been times where it just felt wrong. Like, I don't know if it was because the person was bad, the energy, like, I have felt like, oh my God, I need to hurry up, get that, get them done and get the hell out of here. Because
Ooh,
I
that
have had
sucks.
that feeling. Yes, I've had like all the lights on. I had the door propped open, because it would freak me out so bad because I just got this bad feeling of being in there with that body.
Oh
So,
man, I mean, I've had some strange experiences in my life where, I'm a server, so I'm meeting different people all the time, and there's been some times where like somebody would hand me change or whatever, and just barely brushing up against their hand, I'm like, oh shit, bad vibes. Like I can just
ooh,
feel sometimes that people are creepy, and they're not giving me any reason to think that in the moment. They're being very pleasant in public, but I've had that kind of feeling where I can just feel the energy of people. So that's interesting that even, after death, you're there in the
mm-hmm.
room with them and they're exhibiting some kind of like scary vibes to you. Like, do you think that it's that they were like, you know, shitty people in their life, or do you think that it could be like a fear of like what's happening? I'm confused and lashing out, or like what do you kind of take away from what that energy feels like to you?
I definitely, at first, I thought that it was just my nerves, but it didn't happen every time. So I really think it is something with that certain body. I don't know if it's like a ring that they have on, because ghosts and spirits can attach themselves to things. I don't know
Sure.
if it's like something they have on them or if it's like their soul or whatever coming, with them. Like, yeah, because we don't know. It might take a minute for, we don't know what happens after death. We don't know what happens. Do we have a soul? Does it go up? Is there heaven? I'm so, I have so many thoughts on that. So,
Wow. Well, that is good that that doesn't happen all the time. I'm glad that that's not something
mhm.
that you have to experience a lot, but it is good that you are aware of that and you try to finish up and get out as quickly as you can and try to like shake it off and remove yourself from that kind of energy. But on the other side of it, have you had any like sweet feelings of like of gratitude if you're working on like a little grandma or something? Do you feel like you're being told thank you for what you're doing?
Yes, I have had that happen. And actually, there were a couple times where, well, I say a couple times, there's been like a little handful of times where I am doing their makeup and their hair or just, massaging them, whatever, getting them ready. And I have busted out crying for no reason. Like, I just get so overwhelmed and I would just start bawling my eyes out. And
Wow.
it would go away. Like, I would cry for a minute and then I'm just okay. And I felt just better that entire day.
Oh, wow. Hey, Chid, thank you for gifting that subscription. And also,
Oh,
Whitney, thank you earlier for gifting a subscription out as well. I really appreciate that. We got people on the team now. Thank you guys so much. But that is very, very interesting that you have been so overwhelmed with emotion. Could you
mhm.
pinpoint what the emotion was? Do you feel like, was it like a sadness that you felt like the person was sharing with you, like, I'm so sad that my life is over? Or was it just like an overwhelming, like, I don't know, like, how would you describe that feeling?
It was like so many emotions at once. It was like a sadness, but an extreme happiness. Like that feeling right after you give birth, or, right after you get married, or, just something so amazing has just happened to you. Like it just, my heart would race, and I just felt warm all over. Like I could feel my cheeks flushing. Like it was the craziest experience. And
Wow.
like one of them was a teenage boy, and I never figured out how he died. I don't even remember if I asked, but I was getting him ready. And I think he was 16, and I will never forget that feeling. Like I literally I stopped what I was doing and was bawling, and all I could do was just look at his face. And he had, like, when he came in, he had a grin on his face.
Really?
Like he was at
Wow.
was just I don't know if he was sick or suicide, or I don't always ask, like, oh, how did they die? They'll come in and I'll just do my job.
Yeah. Oh, wow. So he seemed like he was present there with you.
Yeah, he really did.
Wow. Have you had anybody follow you home? Have you felt similar type of energies after you've left work?
I don't know if it is. We have had a lot of things happen in my house. A lot. I don't know if it's, something followed me home, or if we already had it here. I've pretty much dealt with this my entire life. Like, even when I was a kid, my aunt told me that she was scared of me because I would talk to people that weren't there. And she was scared to keep me. I would talk to
Really?
people. Yeah, so I mean, I guess it's always been around me, but the house that I'm living in now, like I said, my daughter is almost 15. Me and her, when she was about 8, we were watching Ghost Adventures, actually, and we're laying in bed, and she pointed at at my door frame. She's like, Mom, what is that? I turned around, and I swear to you, there was a shadow. It looked like a shadow person, but it was as tall as my door frame and as wide as my door frame. It was huge,
Ooh.
and it did not move. It's like I grabbed my blanket, I put like half my body over my daughter. We covered up with the blanket, and I was like, oh, I think it's just, I'm trying to calm her down and telling her it's probably just a shadow, and I'm trying to play it off. And it was about a minute and a half. I pulled the blanket off my head, and it was still fucking there. It
Oh
didn't move.
no.
And I was like, what do I do? So I covered my head back up, and it was like probably 5 minutes later, I peeked again, and it was gone.
You are
That,
brave to take your eyes off that thing. Oh my
yeah,
god, I don't think I could have done that.
I didn't know what to
Ooh.
do. Oh my God. Like my heart's racing right now thinking about it. That scared the hell out of me.
That sounds
Oh,
super scary.
like you
Holy
could just
shit.
tell the air and everything was like thick. Like everything changed. And I was like, well, maybe it was in my head because we were watching Ghost Adventures. But she saw it too. Like we both saw it.
What did you feel? Did it feel like angry and like threatening, or was it just kind of like spooky and
Um,
observing? Like what did you
yeah,
feel?
it was like I was so terrified. It was like spooky. Like I didn't know what the hell it was. I was like, why is it there? And you think with ghosts, because people always say, you can see through them. You could not see through this thing. It was solid black, and it was as tall
What the
as my damn
fuck?
door. Yes, you could not see through it. It was a solid.
No.
Oh my God, it was
Oh
so freaky.
no. So, did you do anything after that? Did you do like a cleansing in the house, or did you do anything to try to like transmute that
Um,
energy out? Because that's fucked up. That's scary.
One of my best friends, his name is Nico. He owns a voodoo shop called Nico's World here in Florence, and he's a voodoo priest. and I got him over here, and he cleansed everything, and he didn't do like the full cleansing, but he, got rid of the bad juju, and he don't even like walking in my house because when he walks in, he's like, he wants us to move. He does not like this
Really?
house. Oh yeah,
Really? I'm
and
glad that
he
he
is
was
like,
able to come over, but like, my goodness, like, if he doesn't even
hmm
like coming in there and wants you to move,
yeah, he
you
does
might want to
not.
move. Fuck.
Oh yeah. Like I've been on the phone with my friends and like, I'll be talking to Jason or something and I'll be in the kitchen and you can hear it. Like you can hear scratching or you can hear tapping. Now when I hear the tapping, I think it's my brother. Because he had like OCD and would do this tapping thing. And I thought it was him and Jason's like, don't be fooled. That might not be him. Because
Okay,
he he's
that's
a
fair. It
demon.
could be or it could not be. You're right. So you don't want to be
Hmm
too welcoming to something if you don't know for
And then
sure.
my daughter got poked by something, and that was the final straw for me. Is her getting poked and having a big red mark on her back. That was it.
No.
I
What?
got my
Like poked? Like how? What is that story? What happened?
um. Me and her were in the kitchen and we were cooking. She was helping me, and her brother aggravates the piss out of her. He'll come in and mess with her, pull her hair. That's what older brothers do. So she's in there talking to me, and she's facing me, and her back is facing the little doorway to walk in. And while she's talking to me, she lets out this blood curdling scream, and she turns around to smack her brother, but there's nobody there. She thought that it was him, and she's like, "Mom, what was that?" She said, "Something bit me." And I was like, "What the hell?" So I lift her shirt up, and they, like the size of a quarter, maybe a little smaller than a quarter, there was a red mark, and it was coming up in the middle of her back. And I was watching it. It looked like a
No.
big fingerprint or a big thumbprint, and it was coming up on. I've got the picture somewhere. I need to look for them. I'll have to send it to you.
Whoa. I would love to see that. Holy shit.
Oh yeah. And I'm like, what the
What?
hell? I was like, we got to do something. Ugh. And this was like probably a month or two after the shadow figure.
Oh, so whatever this is was now being physically aggressive.
Mm-hmm. I was
Did
like,
you go
oh,
mama bear mode and tell it to go fuck
um,
off, or what did you do?
yes. Yes, I did. I went
Good.
mama bear. I was like, look, that's it. Like, you don't touch my baby. Like, that's it. You can mess with me. You can scare me. Think you're a Billy badass. But when it comes to my kids, like, I was pissed.
Good.
And
And
I
you
was
said
just
it out loud,
angry.
like verbally out loud.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Good.
And I called
Good job.
Nico and I was like, what do I do? And I feel kind of responsible because I was in some witchy shit too, and Ouija boards and homemade Ouija boards, and my daughter
Me
even
too.
did spells and stuff. So I don't know
So
if that
you
had
guys
something to do
maybe
with
opened up a little bit. Thanks,
it.
Tavia.
Yes.
Thanks for the bits. The tombstone bits, though. How appropriate.
Oh, I love it.
That's awesome. But so you think that maybe you guys opened up some stuff because I feel like when I was younger, I also dabbled in some of that stuff, and I had some experiences as a result that I was not expecting and was not as
Ooh,
happy with. I feel like I opened some shit up as well. And I always had good intentions. I was never doing like, black dark type of stuff or anything,
yeah.
but I was so intrigued and I had such a like psychic ability and could sense things
Hmm
that I didn't know how else to tap into that kind of energy. So I was like,
Yeah.
cool, I'll do these Ouija boards with my friends. It's middle school. That's what you do, whatever. And shit got fucking real. Shit got real for a
Oh,
minute. And I had some stuff that was, I would say, stuck with me for a long time. That moved states to states with me. And I swear I
really?
attribute it to me opening up some doors that at that point I did not know how to close. So do you feel
Oh,
like it was a similar type of situation that you had where you kind of opened shit up, just kind of fucking around, and then didn't know how to close it again?
I thought that that was part of it. Um, I think that there's multiple like that. Maybe we did open up some kind of portal or doorway. We never did like, black magic or anything. Like you said, good intentions.
Yeah.
And like I said, I've always had weird shit happen around me. Um, and then with me working at a funeral home, having experiences there, I think it's just a little bit of everything. Like maybe some bad juju attached to me or something
Sure.
in the house. I live beside the train tracks. There have been bodies, like people getting hit by trains over the years. So, it could be the land. Because I
And yeah,
literally,
wanderers too. People just popping out of their body and wandering wherever.
yeah. So,
Yeah, we have
you
people pass through every now and then. Honestly, in my house currently, this has been one of the most like calm feeling houses that I've ever lived in, and I think there's a lot of different reasons for that, protective reasons for that. But
Mhm.
I do believe that there is the passerbys sometimes that just kind of pop in, and all of a sudden we'll be like, "What the fuck is this? Who is this?" And then
Yeah.
all of a sudden the energy is gone. So I feel like certain people like us who have, always been sensitive our whole lives and have also dabbled in some kind of things when we were younger, not making the best choices, whatever.
Mhm.
I think that we are attractive forces sometimes.
Yeah.
And sounds like, especially you working in the industry that you do, there could be a lot of things that see that as an opening, essentially,
Hmm.
to come in, and attach to you potentially. So, do you
Yeah.
do any kind of like protective type of stuff when you are at work or before you go to work or after you're done working? Is there any kind of like ritualistic type of stuff that you do to try to like shake that energy off of you?
I actually used to take white sage with me, and I would always like, sage the room, sage the hallway, the elevator. I hate that there is something I need to take a video camera or my tablet or something in there when I go. That elevator that we have, there is something up with that elevator. I don't like to get on it. I don't. I will take the stairs. I do not like that elevator. We
Interesting.
transport bodies like up and down. It, oh, like you can when you get on the elevator, you will have just the worst feeling. And everybody says the same thing. It's like a deep sadness. It feels like wrong. It feels like you need to get the fuck out of there quickly. I don't know what it is about
Ooh.
it, but
I wonder
everybody,
why that specific space. That's really
I
strange.
don't even know. It is. It's really strange. I mean, nobody has died on that elevator. I mean, it's just a elevator that's in, a two-story funeral home that looks like a two-story house. So it's not like a big elevator. It's just one of those little
Interesting.
creepy.
Huh. That's
It's weird.
bizarre.
It
Heather
is.
Feathers, thank you so much for being here, Heather Feathers. She is saying that for most of her life, she has had something following her. And it's mischief for the most part, but it's locked her in her room. And she thought it was her brother, but he was nowhere around. And he likes to open all the cabinets and drawers in the kitchen.
Oh my
Fuck.
God. That
That's pretty
sounds.
substantial. Ooh,
Heather could have like a poltergeist or something too. Like somebody just
yeah.
messing with you.
I mean, that takes a lot of energy, of harnessing energy for something to be able to open drawers and cabinets and lock doors and all of that stuff. I mean,
Yeah.
it's one thing to kind of catch something out of your eye or to knock a little thing off the table, but that's some serious energy there.
Hmm.
So I'm curious, Heather, if you had also dabbled in any kind of occult type of stuff that might have opened that up, or if this is something that maybe is specific to the home that you live in, or if you have any kind of ideas on what that could be, because
Yeah.
that's pretty substantial. I hope that it's never actually hurt you. Maybe it's just trying to mess around. Sometimes there's things that just want to be seen. They just want to be seen and heard, and acknowledged.
Mhm.
And once they're acknowledged, they're like, okay, great, you see me, I exist. You know, I feel like
Yeah.
when people die, sometimes when they're separated from their bodies, it's this knowing that you exist, but the humans that are used to acknowledging you can't do that anymore, and I could see that being really, really frustrating. So
Yeah.
wanting that acknowledgement of just like, I exist and I know that I
Mhm.
exist and I want to be acknowledged for the fact that I am here and am present in the space with you right now. Like I completely understand why stuff like that would happen. Oh,
Mhm.
Heather says, I have dabbled, but this started when I was a child, and that's when it locked me
Ooh.
in my room. So
I
it's still with
wonder.
you to this day. Wow.
I wonder if
Fuck.
the parents, like if Heather's, like mom or dad or whoever she lived with, if they did, because Nico was telling me that, because my mom used to dabble in, her witchy fuckery, and that's what she used to call it. And
That's cute.
maybe that had something to do with it, because my mom was always, weird. She carried around a chicken foot in her pocketbook for years. I mean,
Wow.
she,
Wow.
yeah, like she went to the witch doctor and actually got a chicken foot. It was like a love spell. It's weird, but it seemed to work for her.
Wow. Interesting. But yeah, it could have maybe it had something to do with parents, or maybe they just latched on, because sometimes I feel like things just find an energy that they like and they just kind of
Mhm.
attach, which is what I feel like happened with me. And what I had when I was younger, without going into whole giant long stories about it, none of it was bad feeling. I didn't feel like whatever it was that was with me and that traveled from state to state, which Heather also said that happened. It didn't feel like it was trying to be aggressive to me or that it was trying outwardly to scare me, but it really went leaps and bounds to make sure that I knew that it was
Mhm.
there. And it also went leaps and bounds to make sure that I knew that it was the same thing that was in the separate state. The same weird thing happened, which was really bizarre and random. I had this little perfume bottle, and you know the little
Mhm.
white caps on the perfume bottles. This
Yes.
one had broken. It was one of my favorite perfumes. It was a raspberry vanilla perfume. It was my jam, and the little
Ooh.
thing broke. So it was just like sitting on top. I would have to, like, if it knocked over, I'd have to just put it back on. And
Mhm.
when I was in Florida, a teenager in Florida, I was sitting on the bed talking to my friend on the phone, and it was on the nightstand next to me, and the little white cap just flies up like 6 feet in the air and just lands.
Oh.
Like somebody flicked it off. And there's no pressure built up inside of this fucking bottle. It's just a glass
Mm-mm.
perfume bottle. It was nothing like bizarro. I checked it out, I'm like, everything seems, it's a normal perfume. And
Yeah.
this thing just bam, so it scared the shit out of me. I fucking run out of the room. Thankfully I had a portable phone at the time, my fucking
Yeah.
VTech portable fucking phone or whatever, and I ran out into the other room and was like, what the fuck, like, oh, it scared the shit out of me. And then I moved to Georgia, and I don't know, it was maybe a year or whatever later, like quite substantial amount of time later, and that same bottle of perfume was just sitting on my coffee table. I was watching TV, and what do you fucking know? Boom! The same thing. The top of it
Oh
just
my
flew the
God.
fuck off right in front of my face. And it never did it when I wasn't there. It's not like I would come home and be like, where's the top? And I'd have to go find the top. It only happened when I was directly looking at it. And I really felt like that was a message that, like,
Yeah.
it's me. I'm the
Mhm.
same one. I did the same weird, bizarre fucking thing that made no sense. And
Absolutely.
it was weird. There was a lot of other, like, stuff kind of in a similar vein to that. But I
Mhm.
never felt like it was actually trying to hurt me or scare me specifically. It
Yeah.
just seemed like it was something that liked my energy for whatever reason, and maybe
Mhm.
was drawing energy from me, or thought that I was cool or what the fuck ever. But it
Yeah.
hung around for a long time, and I didn't know how to close that door for a while. So it took me some time to figure out as I got older how to
Mhm.
disconnect from that and just
Yeah.
kind of close that shit because I was like this is so awkward. I mean, I've had to tell every single person that I've been a roommate with. I have to give them the
Mhm.
disclaimer. I'll like, hey, weird shit happens when you live with me, and you will experience these things at some point or another. So I just want to be like open from the beginning. Like weird shit happens around me, but it's definitely gotten a lot better, and it's been less aggressive. As far as like maybe not aggressive, but like more consistent. I guess is the better word. It
Yeah.
hasn't been. I feel like things have calmed down. So, but in your
Oh, yeah.
case, that is aggressive. That's scary. Like that is a scary thing to have happen to hurt your child too. So
Yeah.
I hope that after you told it to chill the fuck out, that it has left your kids alone. Like, have you had
Um,
any experiences since then?
after I told it to chill the hell out, um, I think it was the next day. It was the next day or the day after. I'm in the kitchen, I'm on the phone, and a damn battery. I still don't, I think it might have came out of the smoke detector in the kitchen. It was just a regular Duracell battery. It comes flying at me, hits me in my leg, and it was hot. Like
What?
hot, hot. And
No.
like it smacked me on the leg while I was on the phone. And I freaked out so bad. It scared me so bad I ran out of the house because I just got
Yeah.
this bad feeling and I felt like somebody was standing beside me. I was like, that's it. Like, think my kids weren't home or I wouldn't have left them. But I ran outside. I'm freaking the hell out. I call Nico. I'm like, Jason, let me call you back. I call Nico. He comes over at 1:30 in the morning and he is cleansing my entire house. Since he has done
Awesome.
that, I've not had any kind of like bad feeling, but I
Good.
do still get like the tapping, and I feel like it's my brother because like his ashes are here. I have a friend of mine's ashes that are here, my mom's. Like, I have that, and I feel like that sometimes spirits can stick around, like if they're ashes or somewhere. I feel like they just come in from time to time.
Yeah.
So,
Well, especially like you were saying, you working in the funeral home and having so many different kinds
hmm
of energies all the time, and you're open to them. You talk to them,
yeah.
and you feel it. So it makes sense that there could be some things that just kind of hitch a ride, and maybe they only hitch a
hmm
ride for a little bit, and they're there for a little bit of time, and then they realize it's time to move along, and then they go. But this
hmm
this dark shit, like that sucks. The battery thing, that makes me wonder because, the whole idea, about spirits being able to communicate physically is them they're drawing energy from somewhere. They have to draw energy. So sometimes it's from people,
hmm
electronics. I have had bizarre experiences with electronics draining out when I did
Ooh,
the underground Seattle tour, and it's like a notoriously known like haunted underground Seattle stuff.
yes.
And my phone was, I remember specifically because I'd charged it up in the car before we went to the thing, and it was on 47%. 47%. And I didn't use my phone during the tour at all because I'm on a freaking
hmm
tour, and the tour was like an hour or whatever. And at the end, I pulled my phone out to take a photo, and it was on 2%. And I was
Oh,
like,
wow.
what the fuck? Like, my shit is drained out. So, my friend that was with me, I was like, hey, can you grab a picture of this? My phone, for some reason, is on 2 fucking percent. And she's like, oh my God, mine's on 2% too. We're like,
Ooh,
what the fuck is going on, dude? It's happened
ooh.
in graveyards. I had one really, really, really spooky graveyard experience and also drained out. So I wonder if the battery was it drawing energy from the battery, which heated it up, and then it just fucking chucked it at you. Like, it's horrible.
Well,
Gosh.
like ghost, like ghost hunters and stuff and paranormal investigators, they do say that batteries that they just suck the juice out of the batteries.
Yeah. So that's interesting. It got chucked at you like a literal battery. That's
Yeah,
fucking
it was
crazy.
so damn hot. And then I go, run outside. I was only out there for like 5 minutes. I come in, the battery is on the floor, but it's standing straight up. I pick it
Oh
up and it's
no.
not, yeah, and it's not hot anymore. It's not even warm. And I had a
Oh
burn,
my
a little burn
goodness.
mark on, I mean, it wasn't like a burn, but it was like a red mark where it did burn me. I had it on
That
there
is
that night.
fucking crazy. Oh my god.
Mhm.
Especially standing straight up. That's just like fucking with you. Oh my god.
Yes, because I'm like, okay,
Ugh.
it went flying, it hit my leg. There is no way
Oh
that
my
it should.
goodness. Real quick, we have a question, and also I would like to welcome Dustin Ware into the chat. I am so glad you are here. You're a little late, but you know what? We're still rolling, so you're just in time. The question is from Aaron Turbo. Question for Lilith. Has she ever seen someone who has already been buried wandering the halls of the funeral home? And does she ever go to homes, hospitals, etc., where people have died and recovered the body, or are they all just brought to you? So first one,
I
have you seen people that have already are already dead and buried wandering around the funeral home like
I
lost?
haven't seen them, but there was a case where this man got buried and the lady, his wife was coming to pick up the jewelry the next day at the funeral home. And I had it on my desk. I knew she was coming to get it. I get to the funeral home around 11 o'clock. I go to unlock my desk, my office, put the key in, unlock the door, come in. The jewelry, and I'm the only person that has a key to my office. The jewelry was out of the bag and just laid out on the chair. And
Interesting.
I put that damn bag of jewelry. It was like a watch, two rings, and I think that was it. I think it was a watch and two rings. It, they were out of that damn bag and they were just sitting on the chair. And I was
Weird.
like, what? So I'm wondering if that was
Yeah.
him or if it's something else. But yeah, like I haven't really seen anything. It's more of a feeling. But
Okay.
yeah,
That is interesting though. That's like direct. You're like, okay, well, here for the jewelry. Here it is. Thank you for helping.
yeah,
That's a weird one. Yeah, shoot.
very,
Okay,
yeah.
so second part of the question. Do you ever go to the homes or hospitals where the people have died and recovered the body? So are you, because you'd mentioned
Hmm.
before you went to the house with the penis pump guy. So do you
Yeah.
mainly go to the place where people have died, or did somebody else bring the bodies to
Oh
you and you just
God,
care for them?
we go to nursing homes, we go to hospitals, we go to homes, we go. Yeah, we're always picking up bodies. Now, I don't do it all the time. We have people that will go and get them, but for a while, me and my cousin were the only ones that would go and pick them up. So, my God, everybody at the hospital on the floor knows us and like they'll know us by name. I know most of them by first name. Like we're
Well,
always picking
that's
bodies.
good.
Yeah,
So is that part of the service, or is that an
yeah,
additional fee?
yeah. That's part
It's
of
part of
it.
it. So when somebody calls you and says, you know, Grandma Rose died or whatever, and then you're like, we got you, tell us where she's at, and we'll go get her, and then you just do all the things from there.
Yeah, we just do all things from there.
Okay. All right. Well, that's interesting. How does that feel
Um,
to you, like having to go into all these places where, you know, people just died all the time? Obviously, you're dealing with the bodies all the time, but going into the actual homes or bedrooms or seeing them in the place in which they were at, like, is there any kind of interesting energy that you get from that specifically?
um, for the longest time, like even now, like being in the hospital, like I'm pretty sure you've done this too. Like if you're in a big old hospital by yourself, walking down that hallway, it's creepy. Like it is creepy because nobody's with you. It's really quiet, and you feel like somebody's behind you, kind of walking with you. Like it's still creepy to me, but
Oh
I'm
man.
pretty used to it. But like we don't pick up everybody because some, if there's a crime scene, somebody's murdered or something like that, like they deal with that, the ambulance and the coroner and all that. So,
Okay, that makes
we,
sense. Yeah, that you'd have
yeah,
to just like you receive the body after they do whatever they have to do if it's
yes,
crime
after,
related.
mm-hmm.
Okay, so speaking of crimes, let's talk about crime bodies. What are some of the most bizarre experiences that you have had to deal with as far as like crime stuff or any kind of bizarre restorations that you've had to do? What is some of like the just bizarro shit that you've experienced?
The weirdest one, this guy got hit in the side of his nose, like right in the middle of his face. His wife took a hatchet and just threw it and just smoked like right at the bridge of his nose. And
No way!
it,
She hatcheted him in the face?
yes, and it went so deep that it split him like a melon. It split him half like a
No
melon.
way, dude. Oh my god. That's like Lizzie Borden style, man.
Yes,
What?
it was. It reminds. I'm telling.
What?
And you can't help but like I'm so morbid because I can't. It's a fucked up situation, but you can't help but kind of giggle because you're like, what did y'all go through? Like, why are you with this crazy bitch that hits you with a hatchet? Like, I'm so morbid. Like, I always sit there
And she's a
laughing.
good shot. I mean, I gotta give her a high five for being a good fucking shot. Cause throwing hatchets is not easy business. Like she just fucking nailed
No,
that shot.
and
Bullseye.
not only that, but hard enough to go through your skull. Like, oh my God. She had to, I mean, she
Wow.
must have been a good, like, she probably practiced for a month.
How
Like,
do
I'm
we
gonna
know
get
that
this
it was
motherfucker.
thrown as opposed to just like her holding the handle and just
Um,
hatcheting him in the face?
that's what I said, but, like people talk. Somebody said that she admitted that she threw it, that they were arguing, they were drinking and smoking crack, and they got
That'll
really
do it.
fucked up. Yes. They got really fucked up and they got into some altercation. They were standing outside of a bonfire and she picks up the damn hatchet and throws it at him. So,
Dude, Whitney says master at Fruit Ninja. And Chid says real life, so I married an axe murderer, bitchin'.
yes.
Fuck, dude.
Can you imagine her
That's crazy.
score on Fruit Ninja?
Yeah, seriously, she was practicing for like months. Like, okay, I
Oh,
gotta get good at this shit. Fucking next time he tells me to make him a sandwich, man, he's fucking out, dude. What? Right in the face. So you get this fucking body with a melon split open kind of head business. They
yes.
just like bring that to you, and it's all
Oh, yeah. And it he looked like a fish, like one of those really deep water fish that have the big bulgy eyes and like I forgot what they're called. They're ugly ass fish. They have the
okay.
big
I
lips,
love deep sea
eyes.
creatures, so
I do too, but they're really ugly. So that's what he looked like. I was like, holy shit, what the hell?
so his eyes
So,
like bulged out from the pressure.
oh my God, yes. Well, one of them was. So, yeah, like my cousin, like I said, he is so good at that. We ended up, they couldn't do an open casket, so there really wasn't much we had to do. He ended up being cremated, so we just kind of laid him in the box and took him to cremation. We didn't have to mess with his face at all, thank God,
Okay, so
because
so the family said no open casket, or were they like, oh, so do you think you could fix him up? And you were like, hell no. Like, how did that one go?
honestly, the family acted like they just didn't care. What is so crazy about this story is and this does happen a lot more than you would think. People get cremated and the family won't pay the rest of the money because we keep the ashes there until they finish paying, the remainder of the balance or whatever. They left his ashes. They never picked him up. Like the family never picked his ashes up. And they owed,
Whoa.
like another probably $3,200. So yeah, it was something. But
Oh
yeah,
my
like that happens a
God.
lot. We
What?
actually
So
have a
how much
person here.
is a cremation? What's like a average
Um,
cremation price these days?
about $5,800. That well,
Jesus
if
Christ.
you a lot of people have like a rent a casket like for viewing. They'll have like 1 hour viewing, and then we'll take the body and let them do the cremation process. If you do
Oh,
that,
hey,
if you
hey, Lilith,
plus
hold on 1 second. Sorry, pause for me 1 second.
okay.
Turbo, I am so glad that you have been here this whole time. I am sad that you have to leave as well, but yeah, you can catch up later. But we love you so much, and good luck at your very first day at work tomorrow. I hope that it's absolutely amazing. And you have been so hilarious in this chat right now. I really love you, and I'm glad that you were here. So, good night, Turbo. Okay. Thank you. Thank you for letting me pause you there for a moment. Okay, please unpause. Cremation costs.
Okay. And Turbo is awesome.
She is awesome.
But yeah, like people actually that happens a lot. We have people who just they get cremated and nobody claims their ashes. So we have this place at Memorial Gardens, which is one of our cemeteries. It's like a little place on the side where there's an actual garden and you can dump the ashes there.
Oh,
And
that's nice.
yeah, we have a little plaque with this person's name on it, so we add it to that.
So okay, so if somebody doesn't come pick it up, you still give them a scatter
Hmm.
and you put a little a plaque.
Yep.
Sorry.
We usually wait
Well, that's
until we
good.
know for sure that nobody's gonna pick them up and claim them. Like some ashes we've had up there for, good God, 8 months, close to a year. But it just
So
all
are they
depends.
breaching contract at that point? Like, are they going to end up having creditors come and hunt them down for the rest of the money, or are they just off the hook?
um, they're also that's the one thing about us. With the funeral business, if you don't have life insurance, we kind of have to just take your word for it. You pay what you can, and we try. If somebody don't have life insurance, we really do try to give them like the cheapest way, which is still presentable and looks good, and try to not make it look cheap, but
Yeah,
we do try to help them out. But oh my God, like we still have bills to pay, and
of
and
course. So okay, so
some
you said about
people
5,800 is the average
um
cremation. So how
the
about
average
the average
cremation
burial?
The average
Sorry, go ahead.
cremation without the viewing, the little hour viewing, I think we usually do it about 4,200. That's just for the cremation process. Now, a funeral, let's see, just the basic funeral is right at like 9,500, 10 grand.
That is crazy. That
Yeah.
is crazy
And,
that it is that much money. That's just like the going rates these days, Like, and sometimes
yeah.
people don't have this money, and it's last minute. That's the shitty thing.
Hmm.
Is some of this stuff people can prepare, but some of it it's just like, okay, car accident, somebody's dead. Do you have $10,000 in your pocket? A lot of people
Yeah.
obviously do not have that, so that is so stressful for everybody. That
Hmm.
sucks.
Yeah.
That really, really, really sucks. And there's not really any other options. I mean, cremation is the cheapest option,
Yeah.
but that's still, if it's $5,000, 6,000, or if it's any less than that, I mean, that's still
Hmm.
thousands of dollars. Some people are struggling anyway, so hopefully
Yeah.
there's payment plans and whatever.
Yes, we
Whew,
do have
that's
payment
rough.
plans, thankfully. We do make sure we do like payment plans and yeah, we do. And my cousin, that's one thing about him. He's big hearted. And I mean, my God, he's done stuff for free. He's done charity stuff before, helping families out. So yeah, I'm pretty sure that over the years he has lost thousands upon thousands of dollars.
Yeah, I'm sure because not everybody has it. I'm sure it's not that they
Hmm.
are trying not to pay. It's just it's so much. And
Yeah,
Fetchbug had a really good point. This is why you should plan ahead. It's
absolutely.
great the people that do think ahead and they have these plans already in place where they're
Hmm.
paying overtime or whatever, just so that way their families don't have to be responsible when that time comes because that is more stress. Somebody's just lost their loved one and they're super stressed anyway and sad and there's all these emotions and now you have to figure out like how much plasma you have to sell to bury your loved one. Like fuck,
Yeah,
that's
exactly.
shitty.
It
That
is. It's
sucks.
awful.
Yeah,
It
Fetch
is.
says your family is going through a massive shock and completely unexpected grief. They're going to overspend and make irrational decisions in your honor. Plan ahead so they know exactly what to do. That is a
Hmm.
really super valid point. That yeah, especially if it's a surprise, they're like, well, they need the best. They need the best casket and the best things or whatever. It's like I
Yeah.
wouldn't necessarily want that. I would be fine with like the literal cheapest burial vessel ever. I mean, I
But,
do want to be mummified. So in my case, I'm gonna have like an Egyptian sarcophagus, which is not the cheapest. But in the event of normal circumstance stuff, like I would not want somebody to get the Cadillac of coffins for me. So that's a
some
good
of
point.
those
If you do that
coffins,
yourself, and if you
God,
plan
you
it
wouldn't
out, you're like,
believe it.
this is what I want. If it's paid for beforehand, then it just eliminates all that stress so much. So I definitely agree that that is important. Dusty actually had
Very.
a question, and then Whitney has a question. So Dusty's, actually, you know what? Let me do Whitney's first because I feel like that kind of goes with what we're talking about. She says, "Why is there $1,000 added to a viewing prior to cremation? That goes, what goes into that viewing that raises the cost that much?" Which is a valid question.
You know, I still wonder why they charge $1,000 more just to put someone in a casket for an hour for families to come in and view the body. Now, sometimes to do that, instead of just having them cremated, we won't embalm them because it's a pretty quick process. Because in South Carolina, we don't have to embalm if they're being cremated at that time. But we have to do like their hair and makeup. So, but the $1,000 I think is ridiculous, and that's just funeral. Because even though I work in the funeral industry, they're dicks. Like they suck people dry, and I hate it. I hate the price of everything, and I don't understand it either. Like the $1,000. Yeah, I don't even have an answer for it, to be honest.
That sucks.
It
That
does. It
really
sucks.
fucking sucks.
Mm-hmm.
So I have one question that goes along with that, but then we're gonna get to Dusty's question. Um,
Mm-hmm.
my question. So you're talking about how if they're gonna be cremated, they do not need to be embalmed, obviously.
Mm-hmm.
But
Yeah.
having them not be embalmed, how does that bode well? Having them in a room being viewed by other people, like do you? I know this might be a weird question, but do you freeze them? Do you put them in deep freeze so they're preserved for
Um,
longer? Because I can't imagine you would have them there like potentially like stinking and not looking good.
yeah. We have a refrigerator. Well, that's what we call it. But yeah, like we have a fridge where we can keep bodies. But if they're gonna be now, if we keep a body, because usually if somebody dies, you have the viewing like 2 to 3 days later, and then the funeral like on the fourth day. Usually if they're going to be cremated and they want the viewing first and they do it like the day after, we don't have to embalm them because they don't start like smelling that quick.
Okay.
So we, keep them in the fridge and then pull them out and, just we do everything kind of quickly. So we don't have
Okay.
to embalm
Okay.
them.
That's interesting because I didn't know if it would even be legal to have like a viewing of a person that
Hmm.
hasn't been preserved in some kind of way. But that's cool. You just pop them in the fridge, get them all ready,
Yep.
and then you kind of put them out there real quick. It's an hour, and then they go back in. So that's good. I think that's good. So by the time they're defrosted, time to
Yeah,
go get
that's
burned up.
right.
Ooh. Okay,
And
Dusty's
it's
question.
hot.
Oh, yeah, that sounds rough. Dusty's question is, what is the most difficult preparation that you've had to do?
Oh, the most difficult preparation would oh God, that damn. Okay, we had what we call a bloater or a floater. Somebody that has been in the water in the hot temperature for days, and they are found later, and they blow up like a blowfish because of all the gases in your body.
Blech.
And
Ugh.
yeah, oh, it's bad. And decomp and skin slippage where their skin's slipping off their hands and face. Anyway, we got one of those. Because in South Carolina, our summers are pretty freaking off. Like, they're awful. We have, like, the 105-degree weather, 110. And this guy comes in, and I mean, he's hefty, man, like 350, 430 pounds. That's before he started bloating. So he's
No
pretty
way.
hefty.
That's a big guy. Jesus.
Oh, he was big, and he looked like a blowfish. He was huge. And I was like, the smell, oh my God, it was sick. And I just remember, like, what the hell are we gonna do with this? Like, they brought him in, he's in a bag, because I mean, he's leaking and he's bloated. And my cousin, and I haven't been doing this long at the time, my cousin goes and gets the embalming rod, and he takes that thing and puts it in his groin area and pops him and lets the gas out.
Oh my God. That's the worst. Oh. Oh no.
We degassed him, and the smell and just blah, it was so bad. And I was like, what in God's name are we gonna do with this? Like, what the
Why didn't
hell?
they
Because
just send him straight to the cremation place or
that's what
whatever?
we
Like,
that's what we did. That's exactly what we did. And I
but you
was
had to
like,
pop them first and then get them like in the cardboard
yeah,
box or whatever. That's your job.
mm-hmm,
Oh,
yeah,
oh
yeah. And I
Lord.
was sitting there thinking, I'm like, okay, this guy is found in the lake. Why is he not like being sent to autopsy to see if he was murdered or? But they said that he fell off the boat. They found his boat. He went missing. They said that he drowned. So I don't know if he got drunk and fell out of the boat and he couldn't
Could
swim.
happen.
Why in God's name are you going to go to the river or the lake, get in a damn boat if you can't swim?
I mean, honestly,
Like,
him being that big of a guy with that much fat, I'm surprised he didn't just float forever. And you could just float to shore like face up, man, cuz I can float. I could definitely float, but that guy, I would think that guy would be like professional floater
right?
guy, but apparently not.
Pop goes the weasel. Bring this
Yeah, Pop
cat.
goes. Dang. So
Oh,
did you have any kind of like I don't even know if this exists, but some kind of like air vacuum or something like that to kind of catch the
dang.
gases as you
Oh,
pop? Like,
we do actually have like this. It looks like a floor fan, and it pushes like everything up into the ceiling because we have like that big ceiling vent, like a ventilation. But
okay,
still, oh my God, the smell. There is no other smell on this earth like that. Oh God, it is the worst.
Jeez. Yeah, that's horrid. I bet you were bummed out when they're like, okay, we're bringing a floater by for you. And you're like, son of a
Oh
bitch.
my
I do
God.
not want this.
If
Oh.
I ever hear any of them say like, "Oh, we got a floater, we got a floater," I'm like, I'm sick that day. I can't come
Yeah,
in."
totally. I have a really bad headache. Real bad.
Oh my
Can't
God,
do it.
'cause the
Oh.
floaters are even, it's just that skin slippage is so gross.
Ooh. Have there been any that you have like bowed out of that were so bad that you were like, I can't fucking do it? I'm not doing it?
Yes, there was one. This lady, I don't know exactly what happened. She was found in her bathtub in her apartment, and she'd been in the water for like 2 weeks. She had
Oh,
literally
Lord.
turned into soup. Like, for real. She started turning into soup. I feel so sorry for the crime scene cleaners that had to go and clean that mess up. But when they brought her in, it was like gelatinous goo that was attached to her.
Oh, my
And
God.
I don't know what, because I've smelled decomp before, and you would think I'd be used to it with the mask on and everything, but it's something. I don't know what the hell it was. It looked like brown and black and green jello. I just couldn't do it. I was like, I can't
Ew.
even touch
Ah. So
No,
how did they deal with the fact that you were like, nope, not doing it? So
um,
your family members were like, we got you, we'll do it, we're
yeah,
all
they were
good.
like, whatever. They're like, whatever, pussy, we got it.
Yeah, they're talking shit to you, huh? Oh man, wow.
Always.
I wonder what the fucking jello-iness was. What could it be?
I
You have
just,
no
the
idea, huh?
fat, like your actual like fats in your body and everything breaking down, it just, and the water, it just, I guess, turns to that. Ugh, it was nasty.
That is so fucking bad. Oh
It
my
was like
god.
soap. It's kind of like soap residue or I don't know, like bacon grease or something. I don't know what the hell it is. Ugh, it was
Well, they say
nasty.
that they use fat to actually make soap. So I wonder if it turns
There
to
you
soap
go. Maybe
because that's
because it did.
disgusting.
It kind of reminded me of like the hard, like kind of soap residue, sort of. Ugh, it's so gross. But
That's
we
so weird. I
actually
wonder what
we
was in
get
that water
more.
that caused that to happen. Like what
Oh,
kind of microbes or whatever was there that was just like reacting with her
I don't
flesh.
know.
Ooh.
They said that they thought that because I think they said she was living in the house and there was no electricity or the electricity got cut off and it was hot and she was in that water and I guess just the temps and body decomp and ugh God.
Oh, yeah. Curvy says think collagen in bone broth plus fat. Yeah,
Yes,
yeah, yeah.
yes.
There
That
it
is
is, dude.
a perfect way to describe it. Oh, it looked
Ew.
like bone broth for real.
Gross. Dusty has another question. He wants to know what was the hardest open casket prep that you had to do, or the one that you were most proud of in the end. That's a good question.
The hardest, the hardest open casket prep I think I did was well when my mom died, I did her hair and makeup. That was hard. Because
Yeah.
she also died of suicide. But she was
Fuck.
sick. She had hepatitis C and she was a drug user and got hep C. I could write a book, I swear. Um,
You could.
and she had gotten really sick and she just couldn't take it anymore, so she overdosed. And at first I was mad, but
Damn.
now I'm like, she was really suffering. So I get it, but
Okay.
that one was probably the hardest because, just seeing her like that. But
How
other
did
than
how
that
did she do
one,
it? If you don't mind me asking, like what
um,
was her method?
I don't know. I was in shock through the whole thing. And well, Xanax helped too. I took a lot of Xanax, but
Can
other
understand
than
that.
that, yeah, like that pretty much got me through it. But I
But
was in
did
shock.
she take pills or was it like a
Yes.
gruesome one?
She took a whole bottle of Somas, which is a muscle relaxer. She took an entire bottle of 120 Somas,
Fuck.
and it stopped her heart.
Well, you know what? I'm glad at least that it wasn't something gruesome
Oh my
because
God.
that would have been a million times harder, like in the situation with your brother. Like,
Yes.
not good. So at least that was a more
Yeah.
like, dignified
Yeah.
way to present yourself to your family after your passing.
Hmm.
But I could see how that could be really emotionally
Yeah.
hard for you. As far as you actually doing the like restoration job, what do you feel like
Mhm.
was like the hardest restoration that you've had to do? Like
Um,
where you're like, I fucking nailed that. Like I didn't think I was gonna be able to put a nose back on a person or whatever. What do you feel like was your shining
this
star on your resume?
this girl, her name was Jordan Carrig. She was 8 months pregnant. Her and her boyfriend were driving home, and they went through a red light and got hit by a big, like I don't know if it was a semi, but it was a bigger car. She got thrown out of the car and damn near decapitated.
Damn.
And she,
Fuck.
of course, the baby died too. They tried to save the baby, couldn't. So of course they were buried together. They wanted an open casket, even though she was damn near decapitated. So I
Oh
had to,
no.
yeah. So I kind of did make. Well, I told them that she would have to have some kind of like scarf or something. I got to put something around her neck because it wasn't all the way decapitated. So I had something to work with.
Okay.
And a lot of makeup work. And we have this putty that we use. And I had to use the putty and the airbrush and the scarf. I was proud of that shit because I didn't think I was
That's
gonna be able to
good.
do it. I really didn't. And we had we had to prop her head up just a little more than the normal when they're in the casket and they're laid back. Like we had to prop her head up just a little bit more so it would look
Okay.
normal. And we
But
had to
you
tell
pulled it
everybody.
off though. You fucking pulled it off.
Yes, and we had to tell everybody, don't touch the scarf, don't touch her face. We had to use because we have to tell people that because when they come in, they'll like rub their face, rub their hair, like touch them. Like it's ridiculous what people do. They
Oh
rock
my
the
god,
casket.
can you imagine if you didn't tell people or if that somebody
Oh
didn't
God.
remember and then the head just like bloop like flops back? Oh
Oh
my
my
god.
I'm telling you, people are like always like, oh my God, and they show out and like flop on top of the casket, like on top of the body. Oh, I love you. Oh, don't leave me. And then the casket will start rocking on the crate. And we're like, dude, you're gonna knock them in the floor. Like you can't
Oh
do
my god. Oh, nearly headless Nick. Heather and Whitney both said nearly headless Nick. Totally. That's totally
that.
exactly spot on.
Literally had a morbid mental image of that girl like walking beside me and just kind of does what nearly headless Nate does, like, hello, how are you? And kind of flips her.
Yes, totally, dude.
I took that one,
Absolutely.
Nicole.
Oh my god. Okay,
Oh my
so
God.
this brings me to another interesting question. So you're talking about people being all fucking crazy with the caskets
Hmm.
and doing all these things. So what is some of the crazy stories that you have of the mourners being fucking crazy. Because I know there's got to
Um,
be a
no.
lot of interesting stories about mourners making very bad choices.
Um, honestly, I've only seen a couple like situations where we've actually had to get the police involved. Like this one guy, I don't remember how he died. Um, he was like in his early 20s. It was a gang situation. I don't know if he, got shot or got stabbed, but it was a gang situation. And all of his buddies came and was paying respects and everything. And next thing you know, they're in the parking lot having a damn knife fight.
Shit.
Yes, and we had to call the
Shit.
police and ambulances, and then we heard a gun pop off, and we had to lock the doors. Yeah, it was crazy. Like,
Oh
so
no. So it was like a
wait,
legit gang fight? Like maybe like the opposing gang members that killed the guy or whatever showed up?
I don't know. I still don't know. I don't know if it was like just friends not getting along, or like the rival that somebody from another gang showed up. Like, I still don't know what happened with that. But that was scary. That one, yeah, that one. And they even tried to like bury him with his gun. And we told him, like, you can't bring that in here. Like, we want to give you what you want and let them be. Like, we told him, let me make sure it's not loaded, and I will put it in there before we close the casket. They wanted it to be completely loaded, cocked, and ready.
What?
And we're like,
This was the
yeah, I'm like, what?
family? This is family
Yeah,
or this is his like homies?
yeah, it was one of his homies. It was like his homie and his brother. And I'm like, dude, no, you cannot do that. I was like, what do you think he's gonna do? Sit up and damn, oh, there's my gun. No, he's not gonna
What
shoot the motherfucker.
fuck? So the
People are
family was
crazy.
okay with this idea of him being buried with the gun?
Yes. Like, that's what got me. I was waiting on somebody in the family to be like, no. But they acted just as crazy as everybody else. I mean, it was complete chaos. I was so ready for them to get the fuck out of there. Like, they were picky about everything. I didn't cut his hair right. I mean, all I had to do was like take the razor and just shave it across a little bit. I mean, it wasn't much. And they were like, y'all, you didn't do it right. And showing their ass. I was just ready to get rid of them. I was like, whatever.
That is so intense. Oh my god. And I feel like that's like disrespectful and shitty if the guy died in a
Absolutely.
gang related incident that they want him buried
Hmm.
with a fucking gun. Like
Yeah.
obviously it didn't work out so well. Him being in the fucking gang, man. Jeez.
Hmm. And
That's
to hear
that's
people
rough.
talk, because, I live in, I mean, this city's growing, but it's still, kind of in the city limits. Everybody knows everybody, and people talk, and they said he was a pretty shitty person, like, just always robbing people, always, breaking into houses. He was just a shitty person. So,
Jeez. Yeah, that
yeah.
sucks. But you can't really be picky
Hmm.
and choosy, really. You know, you got to take care of business no matter
Yeah.
what. But that's an awkward one. Have you ever had
Hmm.
any like murderers, people that I guess you were saying that one murder suicide person, but have you had any like
Yeah.
bad bad people that you've had to like prepare?
Um, no, we haven't really. I haven't prepared any. I don't know if my if my cousin did, but I've never. Other than the murder suicide, that's the only one that I've ever prepared.
Okay.
That would be really cool. I would love to have like a serial killer. I would love to be the one to embalm and do the makeup of a big serial killer. That would just
That
make
would be
me.
kind of cool actually. That'd be a good thing for your
Yes,
resume.
yes,
Damn.
I would
Dang.
love
Uh,
it.
Okay, so as far as other like mourners being weird or whatever, have you had anybody like knock anyone out of the casket? Have you had to remove anybody? Has there been like fights or something like that between family members? Like does it get like dramatic?
Yes, that happens. it doesn't happen all the time, but it does happen. I have seen somebody slap a corpse. This girl was crying and showing her ass. She took off her shoes and was stomping on the floor. My baby, my baby. She went up to him and she was like hugging him and crying. She slapped the piss out of him like twice. Just slapped him in the face.
Because she was
And
mad because he died?
I guess she was having a breakdown.
Gosh.
I was like, oh, and then you could see because, the makeup being on his face and the way she slapped him, like her handprint was on his
No,
face.
no.
So I had to
What
go
is
get my
wrong with
blender.
people?
I had to go get my beauty blender.
Oh my God. You're like, excuse me,
And
excuse me. Okay, gonna
I
fix
was
that up.
like, yeah, I was like, you can't touch his face. You can't slap him either. Neither one. Don't do
Oh
it.
my God. That is
People are
intense. That's
so
so, and they did
different.
it in front of the whole family, in front of everybody.
Yes, in front of God and everybody. Like that place was full, and I mean, not full, but there was probably about 50 people in there, and she just slapped the hell out of him. And I
Oh
was like,
my
what? She
God.
didn't seem mad. She didn't seem mad at him at all. She was just like crying and freaking out and pop. Like,
What?
damn. I wonder what she did
What?
to him when he was
God.
alive.
No, yeah, that really makes me wonder. I wish I got a little backstory on that and been like, what's going on? Why is this appropriate right now? Like I don't feel like this is appropriate in any
Like,
way, shape, or form.
poor fella. I wonder what the hell he had to endure when he was alive.
Seriously. And did anybody like were they like horrified watching her
Oh,
slap him or like people
it
flipping
was
out?
like it was like something in a movie when like something like that happens and everybody goes, like, yeah, it was one of those moments.
Oh no.
And then
Oh
it
my
was my
God.
friend, or it was like the White Knight. He comes up. I think that it was like her secret boyfriend. That's the one good thing about working here is I have like these soap operas and drama shits in my head. Like, ooh, I think she is dating him, even though she's burying her boyfriend. Like, I do that shit. But I think they were sleeping together. And because he goes and picks her up and he's like, come on, baby. And he takes her outside. I'm like, baby, dude, she's burying her husband. What?
Whoa. Wow.
Oh,
Oh man. That is intense, dude. That is super intense.
I
And
tell these
awkward for
stories.
you.
Yeah, yeah, I tell these stories, but the majority of the time it's like pretty boring, really. I mean, I have like the crazy shit happen, but it's over the years. But most of the
Sure.
time it's just like, just the normal, you do your thing and that's it. Nothing really happens, it's quiet. But,
Have you made any like connections with the family members where you felt like you really connected with them and they confided in you, and have you kept in touch with any of
yeah,
the family?
I like everybody tells me like, oh, you're such a people person and you just connect with people so fast and you'll just meet somebody and then they'll feel like they've known you for years and I guess I've always been like that, just easy to get along with. Like a lot of the families like just they hold on to me and they'll come in the funeral home and ask for me. Like they don't want to talk to anybody else. They have that
Oh, that's
connection
so
with me.
nice.
Yeah, and like they'll give me their number and I'll text them or look them up on Facebook or whatever and see how they're doing. Or I'll have it in my books like I have a calendar and on the 1 year anniversary of the death I'll get in touch with the family and see how
That's
they're doing.
really, really nice that you've made an impression in the hardest time of people's lives. I think that's
Yeah.
fantastic. Real quick, Krista, Curvy Goddess, good night, sweetheart. Thank you so much for being here. I am so glad that you were here with us and
Yeah.
enjoyed the the show tonight. Good night, and I will see you soon, Krista. Yeah, well, I'm very glad that you were able to give that kind of comfort to people because that is the hardest time ever. And if people are just like all business about it and not very empathetic, like it's got to be that much harder on the family. So I'm glad that you're
It,
able to give that to them. Good
mm-hmm.
job.
It's like
That
that's
is
the least
really,
I could do.
that's really, really good. So even though it's not the industry that you were expecting to go into, are you
Mm.
glad that you do it?
I am. I wouldn't trade it for anything. Like I can't see like I've done other things. I was a manager at assistant manager at Days Inn. I've bartended, doing jobs here and there just to kind of get out and do other things. But
Sure.
I always come back. Like I always come back home. So that's yeah. I don't see me doing anything else.
That's really good. I'm glad that you enjoy what it is that you're doing, that you actually feel like you're doing something good for the world because it is
Mhm.
very important. I'm so glad. So, as far as your current training, getting
Mhm.
like an embalmer license, why
Yeah.
have you not been licensed in this previously? It seems like you've done so much stuff over so
Mhm.
long. I'm curious why you
Um,
don't already have this under your belt.
Laziness. Just haven't done it.
Really?
Yeah. Like I feel like I do. It's like a mental thing. It's like, well, I already do all this anyway. Which I don't do everything because some things you do have to be certified for. But I'm like, I already do this and this and this. Like, why do I have to do, 2 years of online school and then do the
Yeah,
apprenticeship and and then the money and like it was just a mental thing. Like,
that
why do I have to
totally
do?
makes sense. That
Yeah,
totally
it's
makes
like
sense.
you
Okay, so
already
that being said,
do.
what do you not do? What do you not do that you have to be
Um,
licensed for? So what are those like,
I
things that you're off the
do
hook on?
um like the embalming rod, like actually doing the incision. Well, I have done it, but of course, like I said, I've asked the family, if I could do it. But when it comes to actually signing paperwork, like doing the big stuff, like the paperwork, it's not your signature at the bottom, checking everything, doing all that, the suture, getting prepared, messing with the embalming machine. Like I can do the mixing and stuff, but he actually has to start the machine. Like I can't start it or stop it because I'm not certified.
Gotcha. Okay, so it's those weird like gray areas that you're
Yeah.
kind of working around, and it's good that your family trained you and trusts you, so they know that you're going to be fine. And it is really cool that you do tell all the family and you get their permission. But that's
Hmm.
weird that it's little things like starting and stopping the
So
machine where
tiny.
you're like, oh my
Yeah.
god, I could just start the fucking machine for Christ's sake.
Yeah.
I don't need two
It's
years
like,
of school to know that.
no. And all the paperwork, like I hate doing that anyway. Like,
For
but yeah,
sure.
it's all the
Well,
little
earlier
things.
you were mentioning about like the different kind of styles that people have when they do these things. So it's kind of like everybody
Hmm.
has their own little methods. So
Yeah.
what do you feel are some like traditional methods that you have found like better ways or whatever? Like how have
Um,
you worked within the confines of like this is how you do it?
I think the way that we do it is the easiest because some people do it like, I don't really know a lot about the different embalming because, I never did it or, got into doing it. But I do know that they do it like, they'll go into the groin area and they'll make an incision there, but I think they have to do more work with that. Like they have to push more and it like they have more clotting because of where the where the rod goes in and the hose and everything. And so I don't know why they would
I'm
do it that
surprised that they
way.
would choose that. Yeah, if they would do it that way, if it
Yeah.
makes it more difficult. That's weird.
But yeah, yeah, I don't get it. I don't see why everybody don't just do it the easy way, but I guess they have
Yeah.
certain ways they do it.
I wonder if they were just taught that way and that's just the way that they know that they're
That's
comfortable with.
probably.
Kind of
I'm
like
pretty
your
sure
cousin
I'm
who is
gonna,
just like, we don't need anything new. Everything is fine exactly the way
yes.
it is forever. And you're like, no, dude, it's better ways.
And I call him Old Man Rivers. I'm like, whatever, Old Man Rivers. It's whatever. Like, old ass. And he's really not old. He's like 47, 48. I'm like, that ain't old at all. Like, I'm
Man,
almost
I
40,
assumed he was
38.
old as fuck.
And yeah,
From the way
he
that it
acts
sounds like
it.
he's just like a curmudgeon about stuff. Just like, it's fine. Everything's fine.
Oh my God, he acts like he's 78 years old.
Oh, man. Oh, so has he been doing it his whole life too?
Oh God, yeah. As soon as he graduated high school, he went straight into it. Like he knew he wanted to do that from the time he was a kid. He
Wow.
always said that's what he was
Wow.
going to do.
Is it because
And
he
he
spent a
did.
lot of time over there with your grandparents and like understood
Yeah,
how it all worked and was intrigued?
yeah, I think because he did. He spent a lot of time with my granddad and wanting to learn everything. And he's always been obsessed with it. Like he's literally obsessed with it.
Really? Well, that's cool
Hmm.
because that makes him really good at his job. He's hyper
Oh,
focused.
he is. He's really good.
Has he ever turned anything down? Has he ever seen anything too fucked up that he just like couldn't handle, or
No.
is he the guy?
Oh, he's the guy. Like he won't turn down anything. We've done the like what if game in the car, like, would you not do it if it was this or if it was this or I was being really gross and stupid one night. I was like, I said, what if they have like a really big prolapsed anus and you have to like take your hand and push it back in his butt? He was like, yep, I'd still do it.
Wow. Oh, I bet that part is rough because you have to plug the butthole,
Yeah.
and I can't imagine having to like. Okay, just for me. Okay, not into the butt stuff. So like, I can't imagine having to like plug people's buttholes like in just
I know.
regular day, but like a
Yes.
dead butthole, like a dead shitty butthole.
And you hear that a lot, like whenever you die, you shit yourself. That doesn't happen to everyone. It does happen, but it doesn't happen to like everybody. But
Okay, well
that
that's good to know. Thank
part,
goodness,
that
Jesus.
that's that's one of my least favorite parts because I don't like poop, and there is poop involved sometimes, and I hate it. I hate that part.
Dead
I hate
poop.
plugging dead poop.
Ah! Oh, no.
Oh
That sounds
God.
like the worst kind of poop
And then you
ever.
have to like position them in the weirdest way sometimes. And it's dead weight. Like you can't be like, uh, Mr. George, I need you to roll over and spread your butt cheek so I can plug you. Like this is dead weight. Like you got to, and then when you spread them, like it's rigor mortis has set in, so it's not like soft booty cheek. It's ugh. I
Oh my
hate doing it.
god. Ah, yeah, that sounds really, really
It
fucking bad.
smells like some meat from the grocery store, like a Boston butt or something, like a rump roast.
Oh my god. Dude, yeah, that sounds like that would be the hardest part ever
It
for me. Oh my god.
was
So,
at
okay, so
first.
now I have a question. Do you get paid enough doing this job that you feel like it's worth it dealing with dead poop?
Yeah, depend. The hours are shitty. Like, oh my God, because like I said, you can't really plan a vacation. You can't say, "Oh, I'm going out for the weekend," because I mean, now with me doing chemo and stuff, I'm not really working. I do go in and help when I can because I'm like so just weak and sick all the time right now. I can't hardly do anything. Like I'm surprised I'm still
That's
awake right now. But yeah, like I was like I couldn't even go anywhere. I couldn't plan a vacation with the kids. Like we were always on call. Um,
really. There's
um,
nobody
yeah,
like enough people to cover. Like your uncle isn't like, I got it. If anything comes in, I got it
um,
covered.
yeah, we had like me and my cousin. My uncle was like going through surgeries and all kinds of, so it was pretty much just me, my cousin, and his wife at the time, and
Okay.
it was hell. But
Oh,
I was working like every day, like pretty much living up there, and it's about $600 a week, so
okay. So
like
how
five,
many
600.
people do you have to deal with each week? Like, what's an average week of how many bodies
Um,
that you have to deal with?
Sometimes we would have to do like two, three a day, just depending. Or
Two,
sometimes
three a
we would need
day.
to, sometimes like we'd have to get them like embalmed in the refrigerator. Now we wouldn't do all the viewings and stuff at that time, but they would come in, we would have to get them prepared or in the refrigerator. We'd have to get them washed and ready to be put in the refrigerator. So sometimes we would have it, but usually it was like I was doing about two a day. And then it would be
Wow.
like two every other day. And then it just all depends. Now, the code, I
Oh
have not
man.
had to do this since COVID hit. My cousin has, and there have been COVID bodies come in and everything. I haven't had to mess with it.
Oh, I'm so glad. I mean, I know it's
Yeah.
for bad circumstances because of your illness right now that you're not doing it,
Hmm.
but I'm glad that you were not having to be in there and dealing with the COVID bodies because who knows? I mean, you wouldn't want to get sick from a fucking
Hmm.
body. That's
I'll tell
scary.
you, I'll tell y'all another little secret about this COVID thing that's kind of weird. Um, like the like DHEC and all these governments and stuff, we okay, we have paperwork that we have to do. This man came in and he had fell down the stairs and died. Well, he had COVID. We had to put on, well, my cousin had to put on the paperwork that he died from COVID. They told him to put that on the paperwork that he died of COVID. Not that
Because
he
of insurance
fell, but
stuff.
I don't know. That's what's so weird to me. Like, you think the government like wants people to think that everybody like a lot of people are dying from COVID or something? Because he didn't. Like, I mean, he had COVID, but he died falling down the fucking stairs. But I don't
Yeah,
understand why.
Whitney just said they've been marking every death with COVID as
Yes.
COVID, which I
Mm-hmm.
find very
It's
strange,
weird.
especially falling down the
Yeah.
stairs.
You would
That's messed up.
think.
But it's got to be insurance purposes. I would imagine that it's something as far
I think it's
as that
government
goes.
related. I think it's
It
government
might
related.
be. Yeah, it really could be.
Because you would
That's really
think
fucked up.
it'd be like accident with COVID or something. Like you would think that would be what cause of death would be, but because we don't really do cause of death usually. Like when we fill out the paperwork, we will say like what the death certificate says or what the coroner said, when we fill it out. But that was just weird to us. It
Yeah,
really
that
was.
is weird. No, it does sound government related, just kind of fudging things for whatever
Mm-hmm.
reason, and I don't know what that reason is, but whatever
I
it is,
don't
it's not
even
a good reason. Nobody should
know.
be lying about those kind of things. Like that is
It's
now is not the time to be doing that. But it
it's
must be
very
weird too
strange.
because funerals are have not been allowed during the whole lockdown phase. So that must have
Mm-hmm.
been really strange for you guys too, because you still have all these bodies coming in, but you
Oh my
can't have
god.
funerals.
Yeah, we had to, well, they, 'cause I've been out of work, but they've had to do it like outside. They had to limit how many people could come in at a time. They would have like the funeral over the, like the speaker where everybody would have to stand outside and they had a screen put up where they had to watch the TV screen of the other room where the body was. I mean, it was ridiculous, everything that they had to
Wow.
they had to
Wow.
sit
So how did that
outside and
affect the money coming in for the business? Was the business
mm,
still making as much money because they still had dead people coming in all the time?
yeah,
Or those like
it
extra $1,000 for the viewings, were those just taken away?
nah, it's still the same. They still made the same amount of money. Now I
Okay.
thought that some funeral homes, because I do know that there are some really shitty funeral homes that would do anything to make money, and I thought that they would like, jack the prices up on stuff because of COVID, but I mean maybe
Sure,
they
sure.
have, but we
I
didn't.
wouldn't be surprised if somebody died of COVID, having there be an extra fee because of like
Hmm.
extra precautions that have to be
Yeah.
taken. Like everything has to be done differently if there is a COVID case. Did they
Hmm.
have to test bodies before they were taken in to know if they actually had COVID and didn't even realize if they had it or not? Is there any kind of like dead
They
body
would
COVID
usually
testing?
have it, like if they came from the hospital, the hospital would know they had COVID. But if like we pick up a body at home and we just had to be suited up and masked up, you just have to take that chance. They could have it or they couldn't have it.
Oh man, that sounds really, really
Because we're
hard. It's
not really
already
sure.
hard.
We never really, or I'm pretty sure my cousin did. I never asked him because I'm not dealing with the bodies during COVID, but I don't know how long COVID stays alive in the body. Like after your body dies, everything starts to die down. Like AIDS, it only stays in the body. I think I can't remember, like 2 days or something. But yeah, like I don't know how long COVID stays alive outside
I
of the
don't
body,
either.
or I don't know.
God, I was hearing
Mhm.
stories in Italy when Italy was all locked down and everything got crazy that people were
Yeah.
having to stay with their dead loved ones in the houses for days.
Yes, days and days. They, oh
That's
my God, I can only
so
imagine.
terrible because there wasn't enough people to pick them up, and then they didn't know how to deal with
Hmm.
COVID at that point. And they're like, we don't even know what to do. So the poor little like old people having their dead loved ones just sitting there rotting.
God,
Oh, it's
I hope
horrible.
they put them on ice. I swear, I hope they put ice on them. 'Cause, oh my
I
God.
hope so too, because that just that's so horrible. Oh man, did you
Mm.
hear about like in New York how they had to have like all these extra refrigerator trucks and everything brought in just to have the bodies
Yeah,
in these trucks? There was like 20 trucks or whatever. Like that's crazy.
I saw some videos on that where they just had all these bodies. They were just throwing bodies in the back of that truck, like body after body after body after body. I'm like, oh my God.
That was bad. New York was bad. And then they
Yeah.
did the mass grave. They did that giant
Mm-hmm.
mass grave, which that oh man, I had varying feelings on that one. It sucks that
Yeah.
people weren't able to have their loved ones be treated in the way that they wanted, but at
Mm-hmm.
least they were burying them and not just kind of keeping them like we're just gonna hold them until you can afford it. So at least they got you know burials in that way. But that would
Exactly.
suck if your
Mm-hmm.
family member is just like now in this giant pile with all these other people. That's
Yeah.
just so crazy.
Mm-hmm. It
Man,
is.
this past year and a half has been nuts. It has been fucking nuts.
Mm-hmm.
So, has
Yes.
business picked up actually for your family because of all the COVID deaths?
It's been about the same, actually. I think it slowed. I want to say it slowed down a little. And it could be just because, everybody's staying home. They're not getting in that many car accidents. And I don't know. Like, it seems like it has slowed down a little. Like, my cousin
You
was
know what? That is
able
a good point that people aren't getting in as many car accidents because people weren't out as much. That's actually a
yeah,
valid point.
because my cousin was actually able to take his kids to the beach. And he hasn't been able to do that. And God,
Huh.
I can't tell you how long. So he had time to do it.
I was honestly wondering since COVID struck and everybody was now quarantined in their house, a lot of people are in
Mm,
abusive relationships, or people were in relationships with people for a long time, and everybody goes to work and they only see each other for a short period of
mm,
time and they can handle it. But thinking about everybody being trapped in their fucking houses with
yes.
their spouse, not everybody made it through that. So I was wondering,
Hmm.
just
You
in
would think.
general, if there was more like murders, like murder suicides or just murders of spouses during this time because people were like a animal in a cage and just not able to handle it.
That's a good point because that makes sense. You would think that there would be more murders, and yeah, you would think so.
You would. I'm curious what the stats are on that,
I
because
know.
especially like people just being quarantined all of a sudden too, not being able to go out and do whatever. I feel like mentally and emotionally not everybody's strong enough to be able to handle that. Like people were scared, they
Hmm.
were stressed because they were out of work or whatever. They couldn't get toilet paper and everyone's fucking stressed out or whatever.
Oh
Like I could
God.
see tensions being so much higher for people that it just like made some people snap when maybe they weren't even like snapping type of people
Yeah,
beforehand, but emotionally
exactly.
getting fucked up and just like I don't know, killing their fucking spouses or something. I bet there's going to be a
Mhm.
study that comes out at some point on that, and I would be really interested in knowing
Yeah.
like how people actually handled this stuff because you know it's still ongoing to some degree. Like everything's not completely over, so we don't know what the true aftermath is. You
Hmm.
know. Oh, Dusty said they're not real sure, but it's believed COVID can live on a dead body for up to a few days.
Okay.
Okay,
Yeah, I wasn't
good.
sure about that. Makes sense.
I
'Cause
wouldn't know either. Yeah, I mean, it's not, everything doesn't just die immediately. You know, you still have all of these weird viruses and weird things that are within you. They don't just go away
Mhm.
all of a sudden, you know. So, that is interesting. Ugh.
I know it's
So,
crazy.
let's see. What else do I want to know? Do you have any stories that you just want to throw out there? Anything you can think about that you're just dying to tell people that care because we care.
The only thing I can think of, I'm starting to lose my voice a little bit. Um, Trying to think. Oh, I said something earlier to you about the Pee Wee Gaskins thing. I don't know if they know who the serial killer Pee Wee Gaskins. He's from here. His real name it was Donald Pee Wee Gaskins. Um, he killed many women and children. Like 3 miles from my house where I grew up. I've been here my whole life. He actually drove a hearse around here and with bodies in the back. And he would go to bars and drink with my granddad being one of the people. He would drink with like back in the 60s. And he would have dead bodies in the back of this hearse sitting at this damn bar. And he would tell
That he
people,
killed.
yes, and he would tell people that he had a body in that hearse, and they just laughed it off, or either they were like, "Oh, I ain't fucking with him," because he was like the tiny. That's why they call him Pee Wee Gaskins. He was like 5'3", I think, or 5'4". He was little, and he was like really country and kind of slow acting. He did some nasty, just bad. things to kids and women. Like I think they have like
Damn.
three different books on him. I've read them, and yeah, it's pretty crazy. And they did this
Whoa.
like a YouTube. I know there's a YouTube video of like this interview, and this guy does a prison interview with Huey Gaskins before he got killed. Um, Huey made a homemade bomb in the cell and blew up his cellmate in the cell beside him, or right beside him. He blew this
What?
motherfucker up. He
He
made
found
a
bomb making
homemade
materials
bomb.
in the prison.
Yes, it was from like an old telephone, I think, or something. I can't, but it was so funny listening to him talk because he's so country. And he was like, I blew that motherfucker to bits. And he's laughing about it. And he
What
was a
the
sick fuck.
fuck?
So yeah, you need to look up him one day. Like oh my God, he was crazy. But his
How
daughter
long until he
actually,
got caught? Like, how many people did he kill,
oh
roughly?
God, I don't even remember how many he killed. But
Was he just
they,
snatching up random people? Was it like randos that he was just kidnapping and killing them?
I think it started off he was grave robbing, and
Oh, what?
yeah, that's how it started. And then he was picking up random people. And his daughter actually also talked in the interview, but she still lives out there at the property. And I've been out there like ghost hunting, and I took my daughter out there, and because I'm just that kind of morbid mother. But I took my daughter out there and was like telling her about the history of that property. Like the house is torn down, but like part of the barn is still there. He buried a lot of people on his property, and like he's
What?
really cool. And she'll
Dude,
let people
Heather
come.
Feathers says that she Googled it and said more than a dozen. So
Ugh.
at least a dozen people.
Ooh, I bet she
And he
saw
just,
his picture. He's an ugly
oh, and
little
she
fuck.
just buried him out there in his land. Just,
Yes.
just took him,
Mhm.
but told people that he had bodies and nobody fucking believed him. And people just kept
Mhm.
disappearing.
Oh yeah. And he would like actually, well, it's graphic, but he would like rape little babies and kids. And
Jesus.
oh, he was a sick one. He was way out there. And then
Dude, Heather
like,
says that he claimed 110. He
and I
claimed to have
believe it.
killed 110. And Dusty
And
said
I
13
believe it.
confirmed, but he claimed, oh man.
Yeah, he
What the
was.
fuck?
Oh yeah. He was a crazy one. I told my
And
granddad, because
little,
my granddad had pictures of him with Huey, and I'm like, oh my God, don't show nobody. Don't tell anybody.
oh my goodness. What did he say that he was like? Did he say that he
He,
was like a cool guy? You never would have seen it coming, like they say
no,
about a lot of the serial
oh
killers?
God, he said that nothing surprised him. When he found out everything, he was not surprised. They worked
Really?
together. They were both, he was actually a meat cutter for a while, and my granddad was a butcher for a minute before he I mean he had the funeral home, or it might have been before he bought the funeral home, but anyway, my granddad was a butcher, and they worked together. He said nothing surprised him when he heard about it. He said he was a weird little short, just a weirdo. He was a weird little fuck. Like he
Fuck.
followed everybody around and always talked about like women's titties and asses, and always like he said he was the biggest perv ever. So
Wow, that is so crazy that he was like, yep, totally not surprised. Guy was weird as
yeah,
fuck.
I was
Actually, I had
waiting
a
on him to
previous
say.
guest last month or so, a friend of mine, Paulo, and his dad like knew everybody in Hollywood. He was a big session musician, and he was saying that his dad was actually roommates with Ted Bundy before he did all the murders. It was like a couple years before he did all those fucking murders. But his dad was a roommate with him for like 8 months and said that he didn't expect him to be a killer, but that he was really weird about like sex stuff, that he had some kind of weird hangups whenever they would sex stuff would come up on TV or whatever, like that he was just
Mm-hmm.
kind of real bizarre about it, and it kind of threw
Oh
his dad off,
God.
and he was like, all right, you're kind of weird, dude. And then he ended up moving out, and then come to find out, Ted fucking Bundy.
Oh man. Oh, Dusty said
So,
that he believed that he cannibalized some of the victims. That would not
oh
surprise me.
shit. And Chid says, is that wrong?
Is that wrong?
Oh man. Wow, that
Yeah.
is fucking crazy. Okay, I have a really
Um,
dark question to ask the chat and you.
mhm.
If you had a chance, an opportunity to eat human flesh, would you do it? If you're at a barbecue and someone's like, "Hey, I got this like people burger or whatever," would you guys try it?
It's on my bucket list. I've always said that. Like, I want to go to like a village where it's still kind of, they still do it, even though it's supposed to be illegal. Like, I want to do it because it's taboo, and damn it, I just want to try it. I just want to
You
see.
know, I would okay, I wouldn't say it's on my bucket list, but I would say that if I was presented with the opportunity,
Yeah,
I would try it. If I knew that the person wasn't like brutally murdered for
yeah,
is
yeah,
eating, like if it was like fucked up like that, like I'm not
yeah,
down with that. But, you
yeah.
know, like some of those villagers and whatever where they like,
Mm-hmm.
prepare people for it and whatever or whatever,
And they're
if
not.
somebody just
Yeah.
died and then they were like, we're not going to waste it and we made
Mm-hmm.
this like steak or something, like
Yeah,
I would try it. Chid
yeah.
says, oh hells no. Chid is not down. And that's
She's like,
totally
nah.
understandable. I feel ya. It's not for everybody, but I would just be so curious. I'm just curious.
I
And I find it
actually
interesting
have.
that your grandfather was a butcher too, because like
I
butcher,
know.
mortician.
It's
Oh, weird.
funny. Oh yeah, it is. I never put two and two together.
He loves dead things. He just loves
I love it.
dead things. That's
Oh
so
god.
interesting.
But yeah, I actually did a post in Deathflix not too long ago about that. About would you be a cannibal? Would you try human flesh if you got the chance? A lot of people said, yeah, I'll do it. Like, you got some? I'll try it now. Yeah.
It's interesting. It's a really strange question, and I
Mhm.
understand that not everybody's on board, and I absolutely understand both sides of this.
Mhm.
Chid says if it was Donald Trump, he'd probably taste like Cheetos. So,
Oh my god.
okay. So Whitney says, "Nah, I'm good." Unless it's a Donner Party situation, I can go without human flesh. Okay, so
Yeah.
if it was like a survival
Yeah.
scenario. Like remember that movie Alive where the plane
Yeah.
crashed and they had to eat the
Yeah.
people? Like I would definitely do that if it was a
Mhm.
survival situation. And then Whitney says, I mean, is licking the blood off a scratch so different though? Okay, now her brain's in a pickle.
Oh,
Oh,
I love it.
there's some weird stories though of people like wanting them to be eaten, like wanting to chop off their arm or whatever,
What?
and then wanting somebody else to eat it. Like it's a thing.
I had a guy. This is so strange. And I thought he was kidding at first. Thought he was just trolling me. There was a guy on Facebook, and he was from another country, but he was like asking me. He said he saw my profile. He saw that I ran a death group, a gore group. He thought that I'd be the right person. He wanted me to cut his limbs off and him be just, I guess, limbless. What do you call it? I forgot what you call them.
Paraplegic.
No, they call them something else. where they don't have legs, they don't have arms, they just a gimp or
Like
something like that.
or an amputee.
Yeah, yeah, and he just wanted to like, I guess me take care of him or something. I don't know, but I thought he was full of shit, and I was like, I'm about to block this fool. Like, what? That ain't funny. Then he sends me pictures of him, and he has really bad scars on his arms and legs where he had tried to like take a belt or something and tie it on the top of his thighs and leave it there to, I guess, to see if they would fall off. Like he's got bad scars. And I ended up
What?
blocking the paging, but
What the fuck? That is such a bizarre thing. I mean, I've heard about
yeah,
this like in the periphery of the world, but I've never like heard from someone directly that someone was like, "Hey, you're obviously a
yeah.
sicko, so you should totally do this." Like that's fucking crazy. That is so crazy that people want that. Oh my
I
god.
was like, oh my god, he's serious. Because I thought he was full of shit. I thought he was trolling me because
Whoa.
people have asked for some weird shit. And I was
That's
like,
really
there ain't.
fucking weird.
Oh my god,
Shin
it
says his
freaked me
name would be
out.
Bob. His name would be Bob if he had no fucking arms and legs.
Throw him in the ocean. Like, throw him in the ocean and be
Oh
like, hold
my,
your
oh my god. Okay, and now I have the best question ever from Whitney.
breath.
Now we're all comfortable. We know your sense of humor. Lilith, have you ever tuned out while embalming and played the bongos on your patient?
Maybe. Maybe I have. Oh my god.
Oh, playing the
No, I
bongos.
haven't.
Okay,
I have
that's
like
good.
jammed in there. I've jammed and I'm like, here, hold this, and I'll like take my brush and like put it in between their fingers or on their face or something. Like, here, hold this.
Yeah,
But
the Phil Collins drum solo. Boop 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 boop
oh my
boop.
god, that is
Okay, so speaking of
hilarious.
like bongos and like music while you're down there, um, I imagine you're probably rocking out to soundtrack while you're
Oh
working. So,
my god,
what kind of
yes.
music is your like soundtrack
My
to what you're doing?
go-to.
Does it change or
Um,
like what do you listen to?
yeah, I listen to like a lot of the like 80s, 90s. I listen to everything. I listen to Pantera and Queensryche and
Sweet.
like just I listen to all kinds of music. And then
Oh, that's all good shit. I like that.
my boyfriend actually has a YouTube channel. He composes music. He does like he redoes horror film music and stuff. Like this the
Cool.
soundtrack for Halloween and Nightmare on Elm Street. So that it's really good. Like he worked really
Dude,
hard. Yeah.
what is the name of that? I can have Dusty throw a link up.
It's Jason Johnson, but it's hard to find. I don't know why. Like maybe he could look up Jason Johnson Nightmare on Elm Street. Maybe it'll pop up. Because
Okay.
I don't know
That
why
sounds
people have,
really cool.
or I might could like send them the link, send you the link or something.
Yeah, that's pretty awesome that he does that.
Yeah, yeah.
I'm guessing listening to Easy Lover would be inappropriate.
No, I'm pretty sure I have. I've played some damn Marvin Gaye and like I've played all kinds of music. Shaggy.
That's
I've played everything.
Shaggy. It wasn't me.
Uh, hell, I've even played New Kids on the Block in there.
Oh shit, girl. What? Who's your favorite new kid? What up?
It
Who's your
was
favorite new kid?
Donnie. Donnie was always my favorite because he was the bad one. And
Fucking
then
a.
I like Jordan too. But Donnie was my favorite.
Donnie. You know what? Donnie should have been my favorite. Like looking back on it, he should have been my favorite.
Mhm.
And he was my second favorite. But Joey, that
I
was my
knew
guy.
it.
I
Almost
like
said,
Joey.
I bet Joey was yours. I almost
It's
said
true.
it. I
It's true.
swear, I almost said
It's so funny. That is so fucking funny. Yes.
it.
Okay. So good. You know, you're rocking out. You got a good soundtrack. trying to keep
Mm-hmm.
things light a little bit. I
Yep.
think that's cool.
Just give me one groove.
Whitney says "Cold as Ice" by Foreigner. Now that's an appropriate fucking song,
Oh, I'm
dude.
pretty sure that that has played on my damn 80s playlist.
That was so good, dude. Oh man, so you're just singing along? Are you just like got the
Oh,
soundtrack going and
yeah.
you're singing along? You're just doing the
Hmm.
thing?
Oh my God, the
That's
worst thing I think I've ever played in there was the damn, what is it, the Lonely Island Boys? Is that what they're called?
oh yeah, the dick in the box thing or whatever.
Yeah. All of a sudden I'm sitting there playing music and then I hear the I just had sex. And I'm literally like prepping a body and it starts playing and my husband's like, really? Really? You have that on your phone?
oh man. Oh, so okay. Do different people give you like different like moods for soundtracks? Like, do you ever like if you're doing
Um,
like a little old lady, are you like, oh, we should do like Ella Fitzgerald or like Billie Holiday or something because she's fucking old? Like, does it do that
I
maybe?
never thought of that, but sometimes it does work that way. Like I'll just get in a mood and I'll like I do remember like working on this older woman and playing like older music. I don't know if it was like just I was in that mood or I did it because she was older, but normally I don't even think about it. I'll just play
Okay.
something.
Yeah, you're just doing your thing.
But
You're just
sometimes I
working.
do. It does seem like, yeah.
Dude, that's pretty fun that you're rocking out to New Kids on the Block. Oh man, what about some Millie Vanilli? You ever pop some Millie Vanilli? Girl,
Oh
you know it's
Lord.
true.
I used to love that song.
ooh
And the
ooh
other one was
ooh, I love
called
you.
Going
Actually,
Under the
I've done that one at
Machine.
karaoke. It's fucking so funny. And Blame It on the Rain. Me and my friend Crystal, who was in the chat earlier, we would do Blame It on the Rain at karaoke. It's good.
I love it. I'm gonna be singing
oh,
that
it's so
song
great.
for a week.
That's fucking so funny. So okay, so in closing, what is your favorite part about the industry? And what's your least favorite part about being in this
um,
industry?
my favorite part would have to be that I kind of have my own, I can do my own thing. Like, I don't have to work around the living, with the dead. They can't talk back. They can't, if I do something wrong or, they don't tell me what I'm doing wrong or, they're just, it's quiet, it's peaceful, and I'm giving them their final makeover, like their final, just a good day for them. Yeah, that's the best part is I'm
I
helping
really like
them.
that. That's
Yeah,
really good. That's a
the
good
worst
positive
part,
thing to take away from it.
yeah, the worst part would have to be the hours and honestly, the hassle of dealing with the family when it comes to the money situation and the life insurance, and if they don't have it, they hassle you about prices, and I don't blame them. I really don't, because the prices are bad with a lot of things, but it's not us that's doing. We have to make our little bit of money
Sure.
off of the product, and that's what we try to tell them. But that's the worst part is them just hounding us and the arguing back and forth, and which try not to argue. They're always right. But yeah, that's probably the worst part.
No,
That
you're
and
right.
it's
That's got to be
family.
really hard because of the stress. It's just so
Hmm.
stressful, and all of a sudden they're like, "What the fuck do you mean it's gonna be all the, like? Do I have to sell a kidney to handle this?" Like, I could see that being hard, and for you as an empathetic person, for you feeling really bad where you're like, I know it's bullshit. It's horrible
Yeah.
prices, but like it is what it is. Like it just is
Mm-hmm.
what it is. And there's nothing
Yep.
that you can do about that. I mean, you can work with people a little bit, but you guys still have to get paid. You still have to keep the
Yeah.
lights on. You have to get all of this equipment and all of these products and all of this stuff. Like it's not a cheap thing. They don't make it
No,
easy for you guys to be able to lower the prices.
exactly. And something else that happens a lot is these people will plan a funeral. They will have everything ready, and then their life insurance, they find out that their loved one got a loan on their life insurance, and they're not getting back what they thought they had. So they have to go back and get a cheaper casket, a cheaper everything, the burial, the like have to go back and just it breaks their heart because they had everything picked out and then they find out they can't afford it because their insurance wasn't as much as they thought. So that's
Ah,
really
that's
sad.
yeah, that really, really, really sucks. I don't know
Ooh,
why my screen just went out. Give me just 1 second here.
it's a paranormal
Um,
thing.
I know it's really weird. Actually, let's do a standby screen for a second. Let's go back to this. This. No, I'm gone. That's really weird. You know what
That
is
is
really weird?
weird.
So on Monday, on the stream on Monday, it was super bizarre because it was so fucking hot. That heat wave was so bad, and it was the hottest day.
Oh,
We broke records on Monday, and
mm-hmm.
um, my camera, my GoPro camera, just stopped working. Like we did a little
Oh my
test before the
God.
stream, and we're like, okay, it seems like it's okay, and it started shorting out like really fucking bad. So yeah, we're just gonna switch. We'll just switch cameras here. So I'm now it's not as good of a quality camera, but whatever. But yeah, it was crazy. The camera just shorted out, and it was weird what it was doing too. So we started the stream, and it was freezing up, but it was showing us from like 15 minutes earlier,
Yeah,
like
that is
on our
weird.
phones before the stream started, and we're like, what is going on? Like it's like all choppy and weird, but it's not us now choppy and weird. It was us like 15 minutes ago. The camera just totally got fucking crazy. So I wonder if that has anything to
I
do
would,
with that.
I
So
would
hopefully it
read,
didn't fuck my shit up. I don't know. Um
I was reading
oh
the
man.
chat.
Yes. pump pump it up for the motor guy. Well, you know what you should do is next time you're putting a butt plug in somebody, you should do push it real good.
Oh my God.
I
I
love
swear
your sense
next
of
time I do it,
humor.
I'm gonna
It's
do that.
fucking
I know,
great.
I
You
love
are,
yours.
dude, you are so fun. This has been like so fucking fun. This has been the
It
best
has. I
interview that I have
loved it.
had ever.
Woo!
This is so fucking yeah, no, this is my favorite one that I have had so far. I felt like it's been such fantastic information, and I'm just so grateful that you wanted to come on and do
Oh,
this.
yeah,
Um
anytime.
you guys in the chat, anyone got questions? Does anybody have a question? Oh, Whitney said we should start a Spotify playlist. And if we did that, we could all add to it and we could give you like soundtracks while you're doing this. That would be
With a
awesome.
head like a
And,
wolf.
and like, oh, dude.
You're great.
God. I love my friends. I love
Yeah,
how goofy and dark and fucked up that everybody is. I think it's fucking
yeah.
fantastic. And I was telling Lilith before, um, she's like, what can we talk about? Can I talk about the like boner thing or whatever? And I was like, oh my God, seriously? Yes. Like, there's nothing is too fucked up. Like, we're all have pretty dark senses of humor. And I said, if people don't like it, if they're in the chat and this isn't the episode for them, then they can move along. It's totally fine. But the rest of us are gonna have a fucking ball with this shit, man.
Yes.
So I think this is just like the fucking best. But yeah, if anybody in there has got any questions, now
Yeah, because a
would
lot of
be
people really they don't know how to take me because, like I said, like yeah, I'm pretty morbid. You know, they're like, you actually do this and this and this. I'm like, yeah, like that's just me. That's who I am.
Yeah.
But
But
I'm
when
still
you're
a
working, you're doing
person.
it with respect, but you're also a creep
Mm-hmm.
as well. You like the creepy stuff, you like the dark
Yeah.
stuff. What about like what is your favorite horror movies? Like what kind of horror
Um,
movies do you love?
I like all horror movies. Of course, I love anything that has to do with like paranormal and like I love any kind of horror movies. 80s, 90s. I like silent films back in the day. The first
Okay.
Frankenstein and Bride of Frankenstein, Jekyll and Hyde. Like I like any of them. The Wolfman.
That's awesome. You just love it all. That's
I
fucking
love
great.
it all.
Okay, Chid wants to know if you've worked on anyone famous. That is a really good question.
No, other than the boner guy, he was a little local comedian. Other than that, nope. I haven't
The
worked
boner
on
guy, I love it.
anybody famous.
He would probably love that you're referring to him as the boner guy. If he
Oh
is
my
still out there, he's
God,
probably like, hee 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 hee.
I'm telling you. He's probably like, yes, they're talking about me. They're talking about me and my
That's
boner.
so fucking, that's so fucking funny. That was like
I
the best
did.
story
I,
ever.
I looked at his wife after, she's laughing. We're laughing about it. She talked about it and everything. I was like, all I gotta say is congratulations. Like, you go, girl. Because I'm telling you, it was like a tree between his legs.
Well, it's a good thing you guys weren't like, yo, we're going to have to saw it off. And then you
Oh
have to
my
tell the wife, I'm
God.
sorry, we had to like saw his dick off because we couldn't get it to like calm down. Like that would have been fucked up to have to tell somebody we had to dismember your family member.
I know, like, what if something like that had to be done? She's like, oh my God, it's my fault because I'm the one that pumped it up.
Well, at that point, she would have probably been like, you know what? It serves him right for for fucking with the
Hmm.
morticians, dude.
Yep. She probably like, he's my
Oh,
mother. I don't need it no more.
oh my god, that's so fucking funny, dude. That's like the best. I love that you've had some like really interesting stuff
Yeah,
happen.
most of the time it's so boring though. Like I pray that something interesting comes, but most of the time it's just slow and quiet. But yeah, I'm glad I have had some fucked up experiences.
Yeah. Oh, so is there any kind of thing, like any kind of restoration that you want to do that you haven't got to do yet?
Um, I do like the not really with the restoration. Um, but like I do want to see all of the new, like the natural burials, like the pods. Have you seen the thing where they can like plant a tree? They put you in like this
Yes.
pod, and then like I want to see
Yes.
those in person. I want to see how it works. I want to see what it looks like. The like the water cremation. I want to like witness it be done because I
Yeah.
deal with the cremation process all the time. Like I'm always, taking the magnet and after somebody's cremated, taking the magnet and going over and pulling out all the artificial metals and stuff, and then
Oh.
scooping them and grinding them up and putting them in bags. And I mean, after you do it for a while, you want to see something new.
So, can you do like a tour or something like that
I
of
probably
of
could.
the different stuff? Like maybe since you are in the industry, I wonder if you could ask to come and
Mhm.
observe.
I'm
I'm
pretty
interested in
sure.
potentially doing this, blah blah blah. And at least be able to check
Hmm.
it out.
I think
That
they
would
have one
be
in
cool.
Charleston, which is like 3 hours from here, 2.5 hours. I thought about it. As soon as I'm over the chemo, I got 2 weeks left of chemo, like a little over 2 weeks. So after that, I'll be able to travel.
That would be great, and you'll feel better. But man, that
I'm
would be
so
neat to go
glad.
see some different stuff. And if there was a way for you to offer those kind of alternative things that might really work out for you guys. I mean, if your cousin is willing
Hmm.
to open up a little bit, but to be like, hey, so we can either do these traditional things or we can purchase one of these, tree suits or whatever, or the mushroom suits. The mushroom suits
Yeah,
are really interesting too. That
I
would be a
love
really
that.
cool thing. How neat. It's so neat. And the body
It,
composting, I hope that that becomes a thing
me
in the
too.
end for you guys, because I think that's such a really cool thing, and apparently it's very quick too. It's a lot quicker
Hmm.
than you would think that it is. I don't remember the exact specifics, but I remember when I realized how quick it was, I was like, no shit. Wow.
Yeah, it's pretty
You'll just
quick.
soil like real fast.
Yeah.
That's so interesting.
Yeah,
And you know what? If
that's
they did
it.
that, obviously your bones are still there. So I think that would
Hmm.
be really cool to like, I don't know, do like articulated skeletons with the bones once all the flesh is off. Like, I think that would be cool. Be
It
displayed
would.
in your loved one's house or something like that. Like, that's fucked up, but
Yeah.
I would probably like that.
God,
I'd
I
be into
love
that.
that idea. I mean, why not? Like, I think we should be able to do anything we want as long as, they're cool with it and they say they're cool with it. Like, yeah, my kids could put me in the living room. Like, why not?
Yeah, whatever. It's your body. You should be able to do that. With the
I
aquamation,
know.
it's the same thing. It's just it leaves the bones, and then they crush the
Hmm.
bones down, and then give the bones to the family. But like I would not want you to crush them. I would like to receive them
Hmm.
in their
Yes.
entirety. But
Hmm.
that's just me and you and these sickos in chat. Most people would not want that, so they're happy to have a little
Yeah.
bag of crushed bones. They're good with that. But
Yep.
I'm like, no, I want a femur. Give me a femur.
Yes.
Can I just have one bone? Even if it's just one. Can I just have one? That'd be cool.
Even if it's a jawbone.
Yeah. Whatever. Toe bone. I'll take a fucking toe bone, man. Whatever it is.
I love
Oh,
it.
Heather likes it too. Heather likes the idea. Everybody's liking this idea. Oh, Whitney says I should be able to orbit the damn Earth alongside Elon's satellites. Dude, they're doing that where they're shooting your ashes up in space, which I think is really
That's
cool.
really
Actually,
cool.
before all of this like new technology and all of this crazy space travel shit that we're doing, when I was younger,
Hmm.
my idea of what I wanted done is I wanted to my body to be brought to space and then shot back at the atmosphere, so I would burn up in the atmosphere and be a shooting star, and then you're just everywhere.
Nice. Yes.
That would be really nice. But I do not want to be cremated. So now that they're bringing people's ashes, because obviously it's less bulky and doesn't have as much weight, so they're bringing
Hmm.
people's ashes up there. But I personally, I'm not down with the cremation for
Yeah.
myself. Um,
Hmm.
I feel like I have like old past life witchy shit, and I
Hmm.
feel like I've been through that, been burned, been burned a
Yeah.
couple times. So to me, it just makes me feel really uncomfortable thinking of just burning
Yeah.
up. Oh, thanks for
Yeah.
the follow, Burrito Boy Deluxe.
Mm.
That is a fantastic name, Burrito
Oh,
Boy Deluxe. That's good. So Whitney says no ashes, full spacesuit. Oh, you just want to be in a spacesuit,
nice. Some
just like
people, I
floating
wonder,
around.
like, yeah, can you just like float around forever?
I
Just
mean, you would not decompose ever,
no, you wouldn't.
so you would just be
You
preserved.
just be. Yeah, you just be. Like,
Can
I
you
wonder what
imagine
your
though? Like, shoot, like I don't know, a couple hundred years in the future, when space travel's more prominent and people are coming at Earth from Mars. They've grown up on Mars and they're like, let's go visit Earth. And there's like a bunch of just dead people floating around in fucking orbit that you have to like
would be
navigate
fucking,
around.
that'd be terrifying. Oh my
That would be
God.
fucked
And
up,
they wouldn't like
man.
close their mouth or anything, so their mouth would be like wide open. They'd just be like
Oh
looking.
yeah, dude. Dude.
Hmm.
Oh, oh, with the eyes. Don't you have to glue people's eyes shut too?
Hmm. Yeah, well, I use caps. They have like these little spiky things on them, and and I put the caps on their eyes and then close them, and then I have glue. It's like I only use a tiny bit. It looks like kind of looks like eye drops a little, but I put like a little bit of glue on it to keep them closed. But yeah, those
Is it
caps
weird
look
looking at dead people's eyeballs though? Having to like open up their eyes and put a thing in there? Is that part weird?
still weird. It's still weird for me. Like just ugh. Like I don't like those caps. I've done them so many times, but those caps are like plastic circular caps that have spiky things all over them. And you stick it like a contact lens in their eye, and it's still I'm like, bull. It's
Is the
weird.
spiky part go into the eyeball? Or does it go up to
hmm
keep the lid down?
They actually have them on both sides, so I guess it's like both.
Oh, so you have to stick this like pokey thing into the eyeballs.
Yep,
Oh. Is that the
it's
worst
still
part?
weird.
Like is that the creepiest like worst part? What is
Yeah,
the worst fucking part of all of this?
that part, the eyes for me, and trying to get the damn maggots out of people. That shit, like, I'm like, what is the point? If we're gonna, like, plug them, why do I have to keep getting maggots out of their throat? That's where they like to hang out for some reason, is in the back of the throat. That is their favorite place to live, to nest and not want to come out. And they like to chill there, and when you embalm, even that embalming fluid don't always kill them. So
How do you
that's
get maggots out of the throat?
you plug all the holes in the body, and they'll die eventually. You can't get them all out.
Oh shit.
Oh yeah, that's why we
That's
plug
fucked up.
every hole, because we do not want them viewing a body standing over a casket and a little tiny maggot crawl out of somebody's nose hole. That, oh my god, I can only
Oh god.
imagine.
So like every like ear holes and everything, like
Yes,
everything.
we feel, yeah, we put cotton, they're like pieces of cotton down into their ears and up the nose, and we plug the butt with those plugs.
Butt
Yeah, and
maggots.
we feel,
No, have you seen maggots in people's
yes,
buttholes, dude?
I have seen maggots in the penis, I've seen them coming out the coochie, I've seen them everywhere. I have seen maggots everywhere.
How long does it
Like,
take that to happen generally?
It don't take long for flies to hatch eggs. And maggots can be on the body within like I want to say like a day and a half, 2 days. They can start
Fuck.
getting ready. It's pretty quick. I think it's like
Dude.
2 days. I could be wrong. Yeah,
Coochie maggots. That should be a punk band name.
I was about to say it. I was about to say, wait a minute, that sounds like a music group.
It does. And then shit says cooter maggot. So many new insults to call people.
Cooter
Fucking
maggot.
cooter maggot.
That one is sticking. I am
Oh
keeping
my
that one.
god. That's fucking fantastic. That is so funny. Oh my god. That is oh god, that would kill me, man, to see that shit. Ooh.
I hate them. I'm used to maggots now, but I'm gonna tell you those damn. I don't know if you have these over there, but if any of the chat live in like East Coast or the South, we have these big old cockroaches. They're water bugs or palmetto bugs.
Oh
They
yeah, I'm
are like,
from Florida. Palmetto
oh,
bugs. Yes, the
oh yeah, so yeah,
flying
you
giant
know.
cockroaches.
Oh my God, I'm so deathly afraid of them. Those and crickets. I don't know why I'm scared of crickets, but I'm definitely, deathly afraid of crickets. I
Really?
don't, yeah, I don't know why. I guess my past life, I must have been killed by eaten by crickets or something.
That's so weird. So is it,
No,
if you hear them in the trees, it's not bad because obviously you're in the
yeah,
south, you probably hear them.
oh
But
my
if they're
God.
hopping, then it's not good.
Yeah. Oh my, if I hear them, it don't bother me. Now, if I hear one in the house, I will not go to sleep until I find it. Cannot.
Oh
But I like
man.
wrap it in a blanket, make sure it's tucked up under me so nothing can get in. I'm weird, but yeah,
Okay.
like
So no crickets. But
no
what
crap.
about these fucking the palmetto bugs? Have they like come
No.
out of people? Have you
Oh,
had other
yeah.
weird bugs come out of people?
Yes, I have had those big ass palmetto bugs come out of people's throats.
Shut the fuck
Uh,
up. No.
only
No,
a
no,
couple
no,
times.
no.
Only a couple. And I don't know if it was like in their throat or it was in their mouth. I don't know. But it's only been a couple times in all the years. But that
Okay.
couple times is enough for me. I hate
And those
them.
motherfuckers fly. So they come out and start flying at you?
No, thank God they have not. As soon as they, I can't believe I'm about to say this. I freaked out because I saw it coming out of somebody and I smacked them. I went to kill the bug and smacked them.
Oh no. Oh no. I mean, that was good instinct though. Like you gotta do what you gotta
Yes,
do, but fuck.
with my
That's so
notebook.
funny.
Freaking smacked them right under the chin. I was like, oh my God, I'm so
Oh,
sorry.
well, I mean, yeah, that sucks to have to do that, but it also sucks more having a fucking flying cockroach come out of a
Yeah,
dead person
yeah,
and flapping at
yeah.
you. Like you can't have
Mm-mm.
that, dude. You can't have that.
Nope. It's either I'm gonna smack it or I'm running and getting the fuck out of there. Somebody else is gonna have to deal with it.
Oh, seriously, because those guys, they're really like aggressive.
Ugh.
Like they will fly
Yeah.
at you and be like buzzing all around, like "fuck you." Like
Mm.
they are not like passive in any way.
Mm-mm.
They'll come at you.
They like to get in your
I hate
hair.
them.
I don't know.
Oh
Oh God, just thinking about them. Ugh.
God, back in high school, me and some friends we were sitting out in the front yard just chilling, and something flew like a big beetle flew around my friend's head and she got all fucking freaked out. She had big real like long curly hair and she freaks out and she puts her fucking hair up because she was like, no dude, like fuck this, hair's up, whatever. About 10 to 15 minutes later, okay, a good solid 10 to 15 later, she's like, what's going on? What is that? And she fucking starts freaking out and she pulls her hair down and a giant flying beetle flies out of her fucking hair that she had had up for like a long time. So it was just hanging out in her hair, dude. And she lost her shit. And I will never forget this. This was 25 fucking years ago, man. But like I will never forget her flailing the fuck around, and she just kept going like constantly.
So funny. He was
Yep,
freaking the fuck out.
she was freaking out, dude. And then she like calmed down, and we'd like change the subject, and then like a little while later, she'd just be like, because she like had the heebie-jeebies so fucking
That's
bad that
what
she
I was
couldn't shake.
doing.
It was
And
heebie-jeebies real
it was
bad.
that crunch. Like when you hit it and kill it, that crunch it makes. Oh my
Oh
God.
yeah. Oh yeah.
Blech.
Oh, you know what? I am so glad that I do not live in that region of the world anymore because
Oh,
growing up in Florida there were so many fucking bugs everywhere. Lizards running around, you've got dragonflies everywhere. There's 50 million
mm-hmm.
different kinds of fucking ants everywhere and like everything. It was so bad, but now I live
Yes.
in Seattle and in Washington, we pretty much have like spiders only. We
Mm-hmm.
have a lot of spiders. We do
We
not
do.
have a deficit in the spider department at all. I'll
Oh,
tell you that.
wow.
Uh, But we don't have other bugs really. Like we don't need like the what are they called? Exterminators. We don't even
Yeah.
need them because we don't really have many bugs. There's not really that many mosquitoes. It's just like spider fucking central, dude.
That's because we
Oh
have them
shit!
all.
I know you can keep them. Whitney just said her partner just got back from DC and they just had the huge cicada swarm and said it was the shit of
Yes,
nightmares. Dude, I've been
yes. We thought,
following
I
this
was
whole cicada
wondering,
hatch.
oh my God, like, my kids wanted them to come here. And I'm like, please don't, please don't, please don't, please don't. I'm telling you, they sounded like crickets and they look like that. Oh my God. I probably
Your
have a
kids
heart attack.
wanted them? Why would anybody
Yeah.
want that ever?
They were like, it only happens every so many years, and that would be so cool. I'm like, no, the fuck, it would not. It would
Nope,
not be
no, it
cool.
would not.
Mhm.
Nope, not
I'd
cool.
lock myself in the bathroom.
Yes. No, I would not. I would not go outside. Like if it was like swarms of those things around, I would
Mm-mm.
literally not go outside. I have a weird thing. I'm not afraid. I'm not afraid of bugs. I'm not afraid of spiders or whatever.
Mhm.
I have a extreme aversion to buzzing and like flapping when things are buzzing and flapping around my fucking
Mhm.
head. It
Yes.
like makes me fucking freak out and I can hold it together enough to not like piss a bee off or whatever, but inside I'm fucking dying. Even if it's like a
Yep.
cute butterfly, like it's a butterfly. You know, they're not going to hurt you. I love going to the butterfly like pavilions and stuff where they have all the
Yeah.
butterflies, but if those motherfuckers get too close to my head, I'm like, like it stresses me out. So
That's
imagining a
cool.
cicada swarm,
Oh,
that's like
God.
the worst thing ever.
Hmm. Oh,
I
yeah.
can't even. Oh my God. We actually just recently, last week, right before my friends came into town to visit, we have the sliding glass doors open upstairs and we don't have a screen or anything. We just leave it open, whatever. And Dusty comes down and he's like, "So we have some bees right now?" And I'm like, "Okay, what do you mean we have bees?" He's like, "Well, there's like multiple bees inside and there's like a lot of bees outside." And I'm like, "What the fuck?" So I go and I look and I'm talking there's like a lot of bees. A lot.
Oh, shit.
A lot. And I'm like, "Oh fuck, what is going on?"
Mm-mm.
And we realize that they were attempting to make a hive in our house.
Mm-hmm. They will.
Tiny little hole. They tried to come in our fucking house. There was like a million bees, and I'm like, oh my God, we can't even open the windows and
Oh,
doors, which is not good
right.
because it was hot, and we have
Yeah.
guests coming, and we want to hang out on the decks. Like we can't have a
Oh,
bee infestation right now. So I went on like the West Seattle Connection Facebook group, and I was like, oh my God, we have a million bees. What do we do? Does anybody know any beekeepers in the area? And we ended up finding a website that had uh, beekeepers of the area that'll just come get your bees out for you. They'll just come get them. So
nice.
a nice man came over and he helped us pry some of the wood off the edge of my house to get in there and find the fucking bees. And would you believe that when he finally pried this thing off, they they were gone. They fucking
What?
left. We thought he was gonna open it up and there was gonna be like a fuck ton of bees, like the
Yeah.
queen in there, and they just came, scouted it out, scared the shit out of us, made us rip a hole in our house, and then just said, "No, no
Well,
thanks."
that's a dick move.
Well, I know, and I'm like, seriously, what the fuck, guys? I'm glad they left, so we didn't have to deal with the removal, but I still felt like, well, that was fucking annoying. You just totally killed me, man. But yeah, so those that fucking buzzing, you could hear. Oh my God, ugh. You could hear hitting the side of the house, and then they had
Yeah.
gotten in between the upper and bottom floor, so they had come in under the deck in this little hole, and you could hear them in the fucking ceiling.
Oh my God.
And I was like, nope, we cannot have this. Like I cannot handle this fucking noise right now. It was really 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 bad. So we at least survived that one. The bees moved the fuck along, and all is well in the land. But Yeah, not a big fan of the flapping things, and cockroaches are
Mm-mm.
not my fucking favorite. So I can only
No.
imagine the horror that you felt in that moment, having a giant fucking roaches and shit
Yeah.
popping out of people's fucking. And then you smacked it with the clipboard. That's so fucking funny, dude.
And smacked it. Oh my god.
That's a good story, man. That's a good story. This has all been such good stories. I have enjoyed this immensely. Thank you so very, very, very much for coming on and
Yes.
sharing all this fantastic information. This was like even better than I would have hoped that it would be,
Oh,
honestly.
so much fun. I love it. I loved it. Every bit of it.
I'm so glad. I am so, so, so glad. And shoot, maybe we'll have you back on another time too. I
Yeah.
would be more than happy to do it. But this was this. It was so fucking good. Thank you for sharing all of this stuff. Like it's a lot of
No
crazy stuff.
problem.
So thank you for
Yeah.
being willing to share and open up about some of your personal stuff as well.
Oh yeah.
Like you were a fan fucking tastic guest. So
And
and
I'll
thanks for
make
bringing some folks
sure
in.
to oh, no problem. I'll make sure to follow like everybody that was in the chat and just
Good.
yeah,
Please
and
do.
logging them on Twitch because
Please,
I'm
please
currently on
do.
here.
Honestly, it's really fun. Twitch is so fantastic. There's so many really cool, unique, different streamers. One of our favorite ones. It's called Diatom's Attack,
Hmm.
and I think that's the one. Correct me if I'm wrong, babe. But there are people that do microscopes live on Twitch, and they'll just show you all the stuff that they're watching, all these little diatoms and all these little like microscopic things, and like it's just so fun. And you can chat with them
I
and ask them questions
love
about it and everything. Like it's really cool. Twitch has been a really cool thing to find. So
yeah.
I'm glad that you're on here now, and I hope that you will log in for further shows
Yeah.
and stuff. Just pop in and you can join the chat and hang out and hear us talk about other craziness.
Absolutely. Yeah, I've been wanting to try something else because I mean, I like Facebook. I love my group. I love everything I created, but Facebook is getting so strict with their rules. Like they literally, one of the bots got one of my friends. There was a picture of a hippo pooping, or it was a video. It had a hippo and it was flapping its tail and shit was flying out of its butt. So my friend commented on it and said, "Oh no, not another hippo," because people have been posting hippo videos. They flagged her and put her in Facebook jail for 30 days for
Because she said
saying
the word
all,
hippo.
yep, she said the word hippo. They said that it was a bullying, like against community standards for bullying. They thought she was calling somebody a hippo. And she showed them the
I heard
picture and
somebody got
everything.
in trouble because of the pig too. Somebody said something about
Yeah,
a pig, but an actual
yep.
pig, and then they got fucking banned from that shit. And she showed him the
Because
picture, and they still didn't even take it back.
nope, she's in
Oh my
Facebook jail
god.
for 30 days. That I'm telling you, that's why people are so scared to say anything. I mean, they'll post gifts that are in Facebook and they will pop them for it. But I mean, I love all of my members on the in the group, and that's why I had to make that real Gore group chat in Messenger because I couldn't show, the real gore. I couldn't
Yeah.
show that in the group. I can't show a corpse. I can't show any of that. So,
It really sucks. I mean, even the quarantine tea party. I mean, yeah, we
mm-hmm.
we we put some fucked up shit on there sometimes, but it's not that
Love
bad.
it.
And we have
No.
been twice shut down, and I had to
Mm-hmm.
petition to get it put back up. We That's why I made the quarantine tea party 2 backup group.
Mm-hmm.
Because of that, because I was like, yo, if this shit gets shut down, like everybody's gone. So I've been trying to filter people over to the backup group just in case, because I feel like it's
Mm-hmm.
only a matter of time. I mean, we have some sarcastic fucks in there. And it's interesting because it's not what the users post that compromise the group. It's what the admins allow and what the admins post. So I had posted
Mhm.
shit like 9 months ago about fucking Jeffrey Dahmer, and they were like,
Yeah.
"Meh, admin, fuck up." And I'm like, that was before the new rules even went into effect. You
Yep.
can't pop people for things that weren't a rule at the time back in the day. If you want to say,
Exactly.
okay, check it out, everybody has to agree to these new terms, and if you break the
Mhm.
terms, then you're breaking the rules. Fucking fine.
Yep.
Fine.
They
But
got me
no,
for something that was 2 years old.
2 fucking years old.
Two
Yeah,
years
it
old.
sucks. I really like Facebook for the fact that I have people all over the world that I
Mhm.
love. I've traveled a lot. I have a lot of people all over that. That's the only way that I see what's going on in their life and they see what's going on in my
Mhm.
life. And I don't want to leave because of that. And I love the group. I love the Quarantine Tea Party group. It's fucking great. And I love the other groups, like the
Mhm.
groups that you make. Like, I love following other people's groups. And I'm not going to
Mhm.
leave until it
No.
completely implodes upon itself because I want to keep people in my life. I really want to. So it does suck though. It does really suck, but it is what it is. Things are changing and everything got real fucking weird for a bit. And
Yeah.
it's still
Okay.
pretty weird. But with Twitch, I feel like it's better in that
Yeah.
way because you can either do a channel that is like, more kid friendly and then
Mhm.
no cursing in the chat, and you're not supposed to curse or whatever like over the fucking live chat. But
Mhm.
if you just put like for mature audiences only, anything
Yeah.
goes. Nobody's
Yeah.
coming in here being like, you talked about dead boners, you're out, like nobody's doing that at all. So
No.
I like the fact that it's just like a open forum for sure. It's
Me
been really,
too.
really good. So I'll send you some links later. Dusty put some links in the chat right now, but also I'll send you some links of some of my favorite streamers
Okay.
to
Yeah.
make
Do
sure that
that.
you follow because it's a pretty good community. So I'm glad that you're here. I'm so glad, and I know everybody really enjoyed this. Even Whitney, thank you so much for sharing your stories and being so present with us this evening. Like everybody here really enjoyed this a lot. So thank you times a million.
You
I
are
really,
very welcome.
really
Thank you
appreciate
for
it.
having me on. I really,
Absolutely. I'm glad that we got to know each other better too. I'm really, really glad. You are a
yes,
really awesome person. And I think that we will make sure that we become better friends after this. I feel like
yes,
we got a lot in
you're stuck
common.
with me. You are stuck with me.
Yay, good. I'm so glad. I'm
Yes.
glad that I found you. You found me on Facebook. So we can at least
Mm-hmm.
thank Facebook for that. So
It was a sign.
it was a sign. Awesome. Well, what we always do at the end of the streams is we go and it's called rating another channel. So we basically take everybody who's in the chat and we go plop
Mhm.
them over into somebody else's stream. So we're helping support their stream too. So we're gonna
Oh,
figure out who to raid. We see who's on right now. Oh, Fetchbug is
yeah.
on right now. Let's go.
Thank
Oh,
you,
that's awesome.
Dusty.
Let's do that. Let's raid Fetchbug and you can listen in and check her out for a little bit because she's awesome. She said help me pack. She said she was moving, so she's packing, so she has a little bit of a different stream right now, but I bet she's talking about something
Mm,
very interesting right now. So
nice.
you got to go to bed, Whitney. Thank you for being here, sweetheart. You are so wonderful, and I'm so happy that you have been in the chat so much lately. It's really awesome to have you. I'm so glad you enjoyed it, and your wit and sense of humor was fucking priceless in this chat. Cold as ice, baby. Cold as ice. And I love your idea about making the Spotify playlist. We will have to do that. That'll be fantastic. So start thinking about some some stuff to add in there. All right, do you got the raid set up, babe? Hopefully he does. He's the raid guy. Oh, Heather Feathers, thank you so much for being here. I am so glad that you found us and now you're subscribed, which is
Yeah.
fantastic. Big thanks to I think it was Chid that gave you that subscription. It might have been Whitney. I'm not sure which one, but either way, thank you, Whit, for gifting the subs out. I really appreciate it. And I will see you on Monday. We'll be back on Monday talking shit. It'll be great.
Thank you. I love
Yeah.
it.
Cool. All right, Dusty Rockets with the raid. Let's do it. All right, thank you again, Lilith, and you just hang tight and check out Fetchbug when we plop over to that
Okay.
next channel. Just turn your volume up and check her out and tell her hi.
Okay.
All
Thanks
right,
very
it was
much.
great talking to you, and we'll talk to you soon again.
Alrighty.
All
Bye.
right, bye, sweetheart.